Test, test. Can you hear me?
Yes, I could hear you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the June 8th, 2021 City Council and Successor Agency Agenda Council meeting for 7 p.m. On Zoom. At this time, it looks like we do have a quorum. Margaret, could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rary?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here. So we do have all in attendance. At this time, if you would join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, I do want to report out on closed session from June 1st, 2021, and there is nothing to report out at this time. Before we go into public comments, if we could, with the council's agreement, Councilmember Meyer had requested that we move item F1 to follow item B1 tonight on the agenda. And if that is okay with the rest of the council, we will go immediately into item F1 following item B1 for those in the community that would like to participate in those potentially before somewhat lengthy meeting. So at this time,
hey, Mayor, yes. I'm sorry, could you please for the public explain what those two items are, just very, very briefly?
Absolutely. Item B1 is first on the agenda, and it is reviewing parade options and considering approval for the 4th of July parade of 2021. And item F1 is the formation of a hybrid redistricting commission and determination of a commission member selection process. So those are the two items, and thank you, Councilmember Meyer, for reminding me to clarify that. At this time, I will open public comments and turn it over to you, Margaret.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda, items that are listed under informational reports or on the consent calendar, request for future agenda items, new request. Please save your comments for any other items that are on the agenda for that part of the meeting when you'll have the opportunity to provide them. I received one written public comment on this item, and a summary of it is displayed on the screen. If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda. If appropriate, staff will follow up on them. And I currently have 4 hands raised. I'll call upon Donald Smith, followed by Rod. Mr. Smith, you'll need to unmute yourself. I'll come back to Mr. Smith. I'll start with Rod, followed by Cindy.
Thank you, Margaret. It's been brought to my attention that the mayor has made a public statement indicating his intent to vote favorably on a matter that is coming before the council this evening. This statement was made in a Facebook group that includes 2 other city council members. So in addition to the Brown Act violation of deciding on a matter before the notice public hearing, it was done in the presence of 2 other members, thus constituting a non-noticed public meeting, another Brown Act violation. For this reason, the mayor must recuse himself from this matter this evening. The matter is item B1 on the agenda. In his comment, posted in response to another comment suggesting citizens would simply drive their own cars in a kind of homemade parade, he wrote, quote, "If you really want to see the parade happen, email the Brentwood City Council and voice your opinion. He then added instructions on how to attend this meeting. That was all fine. But then he wrote, "This way, we get to keep our cars from being impounded and still celebrate the day like proud Americans." Clearly, he's already formed an opinion on the parade and stated it publicly and in front of 2 other council members. He also implied that anyone not wanting a parade is somehow not a proud American. I am very much a proud American. Even though I have reservations about this parade, I will be expressing when it is my time to speak on that matter. In this day of almost nonstop political sniping online, I would hope the mayor would refrain from stoking the fire. Instead, the mayor and his supporters have turned up the rhetoric on this to a fever pitch, to the point where some others on the city council are getting hate mail and even threats. This is not acceptable behavior from the mayor's supporters, and I hope the mayor will have a few words tonight to express that this is simply a matter where public safety is being considered, not some attack on American values. Mr. Mayor, I call you to stand up and do the right thing. Recuse yourself from this matter. Make it clear to your supporters you do not condone this inappropriate behavior, and also make it clear to your supporters that this item was agendized for tonight, and it says in the agenda packet that it was to be discussed tonight, and that the release of information on the parade was premature, and you do not approve of that either. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cindy.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Okay, thanks. Lately, we've seen an increase on incidents related to the homeless population that resides on our city's streets, parks, and some of the trails that our residents frequent for exercising, recreation, and taking their children to maintain a healthy lifestyle and for physical and psychological development. Per residents' reports, this is becoming a critical issue of safety and public health. We see and hear about naked people walking around, defecating on trails, theft cases, fires, unsanitary settlements in our parks, public parking lots, and next to people's backyards without any apparent enforcement. While I appreciate all efforts Brentwood PD is driving to keep things under control, seems like we need to do more. I'm here to ask the city and elected officials to strengthen current efforts and find new solutions to keep our residents safe and our streets clean. I understand that there are legal limitations that prevent certain actions, but I know that every problem has at least 2 solutions. So I urge you to look into it and not let our city become another Manteca, Stockton, or even worse, San Francisco. I am asking this especially considering that we have a very engaged community that is always ready to collaborate and support any efforts that maintain and possibly enhance our safety and quality of life in Brentwood. Thank you.
I'll try Mr. Smith again. Mr. Smith, go ahead.
I missed the button. I'm sorry. Hello. My name is Donald Smith. I'm a citizen of Brentwood, and I would like to speak on item B1. If you'd rather I come back to me at that point, that would be fine.
Yes, Mr. Smith, if you could, if that is specifically what you're speaking on, we will call you on item B1.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
The next speaker under public comment is Carolina Villaseca, followed by Danny Dorman.
Good afternoon, City Council. I was just curious as to why we're one of the few cities in East Contra Costa not to have a Pride proclamation for this month. It's very widely celebrated in all the surrounding suburbs, but for some reason we're very silent on this month. Were there any plans? Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Danny Dorman.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I want to offer my apologies for anything that I have said that have negatively impact the council with regards to the parade. My whole thing basically is don't let fear dictate how the parade's going to be addressed. And I mean fear of COVID or fear from agitators that are going to sit there and say, damn the torpedoes and you're not a patriot if we don't have a parade and all that madness. It shouldn't be based on fear. I will support whatever the decision is. And again, I apologize if my tone, my tenor, did anything to upset you or the city in large. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Antonio Xavier. Mr. Xavier, go ahead.
Thank you for your time. I wanted to take this moment to thank the Vice Mayor for something he did a few weeks back. It was during the meeting on the gas lines. The Vice Mayor was chairing the meeting, and he had an option to either shut down public comments or open it up and let people speak who had not had the opportunity. As someone who is a big proponent of transparency and involvement, I want to say I am very appreciative and grateful that he took the choice to let people speak, even though he did not have to. So thank you. We recognize that, we saw that, and we're very appreciative.
I have no additional speakers with their hands raised at this time.
And so at this time, we will close public comments. And I did want to address one of the concerns that one of the speakers had about a Pride Proclamation. We did indeed have a Pride Proclamation. Councilperson Rary delivered that in our last regularly noticed council meeting. So everyone in our community is very valuable and an important component to our community. And we did recognize June as Pride Month. And so I wanted to clarify that concern. So at this time, we will move into presentations. Item A1 is a proclamation for Relay for Life. Tina Hannon will be receiving this, and after I read the proclamation, I'll turn it to Tina for anything that she might have to say as well. Whereas American Cancer Society estimates for 2021 prediction of 1.9 million new cancer cases diagnosed and 608,570 cancer deaths in the United States. And whereas the American Cancer Society provides information on cancer prevention and treatment, supports research in the fight against all forms of cancer, and offers resources for cancer patients. And whereas the American Cancer Society funds cancer-related research grants in the United States, including 96 currently in the state of California that equal an investment of over $52 million. And whereas Relay for Life encourages individuals, businesses, and community groups to fundraise for the American Cancer Society and educate citizens in Contra Costa County. And whereas money raised during local Relay for Life campaigns provide cancer patients with a 24-hour informational hotline, support programs, lodging assistance, guidelines for screenings, transportation grants, and more. And whereas our communities are impacted daily when families, friends, neighbors, and coworkers are diagnosed with cancer, whereas Relay for Life of the Delta will host a drive-through event as well as a virtual event on June 26, 2021, in order to celebrate cancer survivors, remember and honor those lost too soon to cancer, and commit to fighting back against cancer in hopes of creating a cancer-free world. Now, therefore, it is proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood recognizes June 26, 2021 as Relay for Life Day in this great city, and urges all citizens to paint the town purple as a reminder to educate themselves about cancer prevention and treatment and support finding a cure, dated this 8th day of June, 2021. And at this time, Tina, if you would like to speak.
Mayor, I don't see Tina in the list of attendees. Unless that's the Christina Ferry.
Do we have someone on her behalf?
Let me see if this person, Christina, is on her behalf. Christina, are you here for the Relay for Life proclamation?
Yes. Can you hear me? I'm so sorry.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi.
Thank you.
Yes, sorry. I jumped on for Tina today. I just want to thank you guys so much for making June 26th Proclamation Day for Relay for Life. And we are so excited to have our drive-through event on June 26th. And we just want to make sure everyone knows that everyone is invited to drive on through to be celebrated as a survivor or a caregiver, or even as a participant. And for any other details, just visit our website or our Facebook page for Relay for Life of the Delta. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much. You and the Relay for Life have been a great part of our community for a long time, and you really do wonderful work. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So at this time, we will be moving into item B1, review parade options and consider approval of 4th of July parade for 2021. And I will turn this to Bruce Mulder, who will present the item.
All right. Thank you very much, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As you are all aware, we discussed the possibility of moving forward with the planning of the July 4th parade at the special meeting on June 1st. At that time, Council directed staff to look into some additional options and bring back this item for consideration. Staff has put together a few different options, and we would like to present this information this evening and answer any questions that you may have. I know that moving forward with the community events and starting this process of reopening is very challenging. If Council gives us direction to move forward, we will work to plan an event based on any direction that you provide. Further, if after discussion, Council is not comfortable with moving forward at this time, that is fine too. I just want to say I think we all know and can agree that we have the community's best interests and safety in mind. We have a short presentation to review, so at this time I'm going to turn it over to Recreation Supervisor Stacy Dempsey to provide some additional information on the options and the planning process. And I think we also have a representative from the County Health Officer in attendance, Randy Sawyer, so he will also be available if there are questions for him at the appropriate time. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Recreation Supervisor, Stacy Dempsey.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, we are.
All right, perfect. Let me just share my screen. Perfect. So as Bruce mentioned, we do have a brief presentation on the options we put together for a potential 4th of July parade. One of the things we were asked to look into was some additional routes for the parade that allow for a little bit more distancing and spacing for the attendees at the parade. So the first option we have is route number 1, which is the Maple extension. So that is the route that Councilmember Rary suggested, that instead of turning right on Oak Street, goes down to Maple and then turns right once that reaches Oak Street. Once that turning right on Maple and then ending on 2nd Street. That does allow for a little bit more spacing in that area because of the wider sidewalks and the diagonal parking that exists on that area. So some of the considerations for that route is the 16 viewing areas it would create. Again, these are estimates on capacity. Once we get direction from council if we're moving forward with an event or on a specific route, then we can go out and measure the actual viewing areas and determine the capacity for each viewing area, taking into consideration space for ADA access, and then also access to businesses. So the estimate for there would be 16 viewing areas, and that allows us for approximately 1,120 people per for that entire route. So if we're limiting groups to 7 per group, if you have a group over 7, you would need to reserve 2 areas, but that's the estimate we have for that route. So that route is also preferable because it has a low impact on neighborhood residents, but the traffic engineer is concerned about the traffic impacts caused by the closure at 1st and Oak Street. So in speaking with him, we think we've mitigated that issue by allowing for a diagonal closure at the corner of 1st and Oak. But in speaking to him, this would not be his first choice for a parade route. The next option that we have...
Stacy, can I ask a quick question on that?
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, I don't want to cut you off. I just know we're going to go to the other ones and I'll apply for Jim.
Sure.
But isn't this somewhat, I mean, and so this one goes to Maple, you said? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Now, where does it end at, though? Where do the floats go? Like, I know normally they'll go down, what is that? Jesus Christ, I can't see. I'm blind over here.
Down 2nd Street. It's similar. Yeah. It's a similar.
It goes down 2nd Street, and it would cross over onto Oak, passing, going across right there by Caps, and would it end right there at the high school like it normally does again?
That's kind of up in the air, so I think we have a little bit of flexibility there. The problem with turning right and heading back down 2nd Street is then we potentially close off access to the parking structure, which we didn't want to do. And if we continue down to Oak, then that cuts off traffic through to the downtown. So if one of the ideas is we prefer this route because it sort of bypasses the businesses on Oak Street, if we loop it back around down towards City Park, then that can sort of cut off access to that area down there also. So we would have the option of having them end the parade if we turn left, sort of like Liberty does for their homecoming parade, and continue towards Brentwood Boulevard. To allow for the parade the parade registrants to still have seating right up until 2nd Street, and then an area for the parade participants to disembark from their floats in that parking lot there, the staff parking lot at Liberty.
Yeah, because they normally go, in the back, right, by the car wash.
Yeah, they normally go back down that way.
In regards
correct.
to the floats, go onto Brentwood Boulevard.
Correct.
Okay.
That's what they do for homecoming.
I wasn't sure where it was going to end. I know, obviously, it's not going to end right there. Say it again. I'm sorry.
We would end it sooner than that. So the idea would be that spot on 2nd Street between Maple and Brentwood Boulevard. That would still have to be closed just to allow for people to know that there's going to be street closures ahead. So we can move through that area and allow for that to be like the disembarkment area for the parade participants, but the actual viewing area would end on Maple and 2nd.
Okay.
Right in front of
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Stacy, I'm sorry. Are you done, Johnny? Or
yeah, yes.
I actually, when I was thinking Maple, I was thinking like the holiday parade, which actually does turn on Maple and then comes back down 2nd and then back on Oak again and then leaves out, which is, I mean, as far as I remember, that's how the holiday parade has been for quite some time. And I know I didn't explain that far enough. In my mind, I knew it was the holiday parade that I meant.
No, and we definitely have flexibility with that in having that conversation because of the median that goes down 2nd Street right there. It only allows for viewing area on one side of the street. So then we were concerned about, is that really that beneficial to close off that area if we can only have viewing on one side of the street once you go down 2nd Street? But it's certainly something that we could add back in and have that parade continue down 2nd Street to Oak, similar to the holiday parade.
Yeah,
and if people do sit on the other side of the street by City Park anyway for the holiday parade, I mean, it's not as crowded as the side of the parade's on, but people are on there. Anyway, that was my thoughts on that one.
All right. Any other questions about the first route?
No, I agree with Councilmember Herrera in regards to people still sitting on the other side as well. So I think
Sure.
it could be similar to the holiday parade.
Sure, and we did want to keep access on 2nd Street open so people can get into the parking structure if need be. But that's definitely an option to continue it down 2nd Street towards Oak.
Okay.
All right. Route number 2 is one that was added in just because it doesn't go down down Oak Street at 1st and Oak and sort of goes around that area to allow for traffic to still go through to those downtown businesses. Considerations for this would be there are 17 viewing areas, but because it does go through a residential area, those streets are a lot more narrow. There is not the diagonal parking. There isn't as wide of sidewalks down there, so we can't fit as many people. So even though it has one more viewing area than the other routes, it doesn't allow for a higher capacity like the other routes do. There is a higher impact on the neighborhood residents in this area, and the Downtown Brentwood Coalition prefers a route with more foot traffic through the downtown business area. So this one would go down 1st Street, turn on Chestnut, go down 2nd Street, and then turn on Oak. So it sort of does a little route around the businesses on Oak and 1st in that intersection. But we did talk with the traffic engineer about that, and he seemed to feel comfortable as long as we have that diagonal opening so you can turn right from 1st Street onto Oak right by Sweeney's, that won't impact the traffic getting into the gas station as much. So he did not prefer this route, but we just wanted to have another option in here. All right, any questions about this route in particular? No? All right. All right, so route number 3 is the route that we typically use for the 4th of July parade. But what we did was we backed up the starting point. Typically we start at 1st and Birch Street, and we had the parade route start at 1st and Fir. So normally we use from 1st Street to Birch to stage the entrance for the parade, but we can actually do that in the Guerin parking lot. So this would allow for us to extend the parade route, but do it back towards the beginning instead of at the end. So this would start at the corner of 1st and Fir, go down 1st Street, turn right on Oak, and then end in front of the community center. So this one also allows for us to have 17 viewing areas, approximately 1,190 capacity total. Again, these are estimates. We wouldn't block off the areas where the outdoor dining is on any of these routes. So obviously the businesses can still be open. We'll have our routes, our viewing areas will still allow for people to go in and utilize those businesses for all 3 of the parade routes. It does have a lower impact on the neighborhood residents. Obviously, towards the beginning of the parade route, there is an impact, but that's a space that we've been closing every year that we've had this parade, so it's not something that they're not used to happening. Again, the issue with the traffic engineer's concern about the closure at the corner of 1st and Oak, we were able to mitigate that through that diagonal closure. So by just moving one of the judges' tables, we're able to keep that open and spread people out further down the beginning of the parade route, which typically is not very crowded. So this would also be the same option for the reverse parade, which I'll get to in a second, but this will be the same route for that as well.
I have a question on knowing how far, because usually it's both sides of the street from Birch down to Fir that the parade entrance line up, and I'm not sure if sometimes it goes down to Edna Hill, and Edna Hill starts the parade participants start down from Edna Hill first, join on to 1st Street there, and then when that finishes going, then the rest of the parade joins in. So I'm looking at Guerin Elementary School's parking lot, and that is an awfully small space compared to what it is up above.
Sure, that's a great question. So you can't see it on the map, but the street closure happens prior to where 1st meets Fir. So we do have a little bit of extra space there. And when we're lining up along the street, we have to make extra space because all of the entrants have to parallel park in those areas. So not having them do that and then just assigning the parking spots And then we're able to utilize that space that's on some of those side streets for additional staging areas if we need to before we actually get them going and routed through the parade route for the groups that are walking. So all of the groups that are there, we can sort of stage off to the side, or even on some of the blacktop areas at the school. They don't necessarily have to be in that parking lot area. So we do have some other areas around the school where we can have the groups that don't have any vehicles staged.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions about this route in particular? All right, so moving on to the viewing areas, we put together just a mock-up of a very small viewing area. This is just the area in front of the community center parking lot. So just in this area, we were able to put some hula hoops out just to represent where families would go. But you can see kind of the idea for the viewing areas, that they would be cordoned off. In this area, we can actually fit, I think there's only 4 on each side, but we can actually fit 10 families when we measured it out, with enough space for there to be at least 6 feet in between the different groups. So if we do have individuals that show up because they're vaccinated, they don't want to wear a mask, they'll be at least 6 feet apart in these viewing areas anyways. So if that does come up, at least we have them spaced out in those particular viewing areas. And then our plan for staffing is that we would have 1 staff or volunteer that's just there checking people in, another one that's helping enforce, making sure people are distanced, reminding them to put their masks on, and then we'll have additional staff floating around and helping make sure that people are getting to the businesses okay, and then make sure that traffic continues to flow when they're not in the viewing areas. So we got our inspiration from California Adventures, so we wanted to throw some photos in here just so you can see the idea that we're sort of rolling with. You can see on the left-hand side the cast member that's there. That would be a similar idea to what we're thinking is you come up to the staff or the volunteer, they're checking their roster to make sure that you have a reservation in that area. They're allowing you to come inside. If you don't have a reservation, then you'd be asked to continue walking. So anybody who's wanting to come and not be in those viewing areas, whether they're going to a business or they're just wanting to walk downtown, they can't stop and watch the parade in any of those areas that are designated for ADA access or as a viewing area if they don't have a reservation. In the center picture, you can see the aisles that are being created. That's similar to what we do by the business for that ADA access into the outdoor dining areas or into just the front doors of the businesses. And then again, on the right-hand side is just another photo of the delineation between the viewing areas. Obviously, these are pre-COVID, so there isn't that spacing, but very similar to this idea. We'll just have multiple viewing areas. We'll train staff and volunteers ahead of time with everything they need to know for how they're going to manage that. We have just in our recreation division, I think 4 certified crowd managers. So if we do move forward with one of these traditional routes, we'll have a training beforehand and obviously detailed plans for the staff and the volunteers on how to manage that area in there. All right. And then just a quick look at the reservation process. This is what we used for Hometown Halloween. So it would be really similar to this. They'd register for, in this case, it'll be a viewing area as opposed to a time slot. So instead of the different time slots, you would see 4th of July Parade Viewing Area 1, 4th of July Parade Viewing Area 2. And it's a no-cost reservation. But what we're able to do is go in and set a capacity for each one of these viewing areas. So if the viewing area in front of the community center has a larger capacity than a viewing area next to a business that might be a shorter capacity or a more narrow set of sidewalk, then we're able to set that capacity limit for number of groups. And then when we take registrations, it'll close off and begin a wait list if we have too many people wanting to register for those specific viewing areas. So it does give us the flexibility to do that. From there, we'll print rosters for each of the viewing areas that staff has that shows exactly who is registered to be there and the number of people in their party. So it does allow us to be pretty organized in the check-in process for those viewing areas. It also gives us the opportunity to send emails out with reminders prior to the event, 2 days before the event or the morning of the event, which is what we did for Hometown Halloween, just reminding people to keep their masks on, stay distanced, where their particular viewing area checks in at, a map attached also that shows them where their viewing area is, so they can pick an area to park that's closest to where they're going to be sitting for the parade. As far as general parade rules, As I mentioned, registrants would have to stay in a viewing area, so stopping to watch the parade outside of a viewing area wouldn't be permitted, and we would just ask people to continue moving through those areas as we want to make sure that we keep them open for ADA access and then access to the businesses as well. Registrants in the viewing areas are already going to be spaced 6 feet apart, but they do need to wear face coverings at all times. If we have anybody who really is not wanting to follow that rule, at least we have that extra backup of them being 6 feet apart and outdoors, which helps us quite a bit. I also mentioned the groups are going to be limited to 7 individuals. If families have over 7, then they would need to reserve multiple areas just to make sure that we have enough space for everybody in there. The parade participants would not be allowed to distribute any items to the parade attendees, and then the parade participants would need to wear face coverings when not performing. All right, for the reverse parade, we would be looking at a route similar to route number 3 for the traditional parade, which is closing from First and Fir down to First and Oak and then turning right. Our plan for Hometown Halloween was to use the majority of this route. We only had enough entries into the parade booths that we had booths from the corner of First and Oak down to the community center. So believe it or not, the rest of that area all along First Street was used for cars. So they check in at the corner of First and Fir. If they're early for their reservation time, then they would go into the parking lot at Guerin until we allow that next group to come in, and then we would start pulling from the cars in the Guerin parking lot. It did take quite a while for them to get down to where the booths actually started, but having that overflow parking lot area really helped us from having a backup of cars down First Street into Brentwood Boulevard. So we use that sort of as the waiting area if you arrive prior to your reservation time. The timeframes that we looked at would be from 9:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. or 4 o'clock p.m. to 8 o'clock p.m. So we're looking at about 4 hours, and that would allow for 360 cars. We had to allow for more time for cars for this than we did for the Hometown Halloween event because of the nature of a parade and performances. We want to make sure that it's worth it for the groups that are out there performing. If they're not able to hand anything out, then at least if they have a float or they're doing a performance, people can drive a little slower and actually take a look at what they're doing. Some other considerations that we have for this is that the floats and participants would need to be present for at least 4.5 hours. And the Downtown Brentwood Coalition doesn't support this type of event as it requires street closures, but doesn't increase foot traffic to their businesses. So on our end, we are concerned about securing enough parade participants. The traditional parade we're looking at probably about an hour. So it's a lot easier to get groups together during the summer to come and perform for an hour than it is for 4.5. So that would be our major concern with that, is that we just won't get the amount of interest that we would for a traditional parade. Registration process for the reverse parade would be the same as it is for a traditional parade, where they would register online, let us know the number of people we have, and we have a limited number of entrants per time slot, and then we print the rosters, we have them check in with us, we make sure that everybody who arrives has been pre-registered for the event. All right, that is the end of the presentation, so I will go ahead and open it up for any questions.
We have questions of staff. Councilmember Rary.
I do. Like, if you can go back to the picture with in front of the city hall or in front of the community center.
Sorry.
So the parade starts. What's to prevent all those people in that back row from moving up to the front so they get a better viewing?
I mean, that's what staff would have to do, is mitigate that area. Luckily, with 2 staff plus floaters, we feel pretty confident that we can do that, because we're already having to make sure that we're ensuring social distancing at our other facilities. We're pretty used to having to remind people to stay separated, to keep their masks on. So once they're in that designated area, they kind of have to follow the rules. At this point, it's it becomes more of an event that you have to register for, where, we do have rules that have to be followed in order to keep everyone safe. So that would be the job of our staff to enforce that. And then if it, just like any other event we have, if we have anybody who's being belligerent or doesn't want to follow the rules, that's why we have PD there.
Okay, and I did speak at length with the Downtown Business Coalition president regarding the parade. And it seemed like they were under the impression that this was going to go between like 11 or 12 o'clock versus what we had discussed at 9:30 in the morning. So did you guys come up with a different timeline than what we had previously discussed? Because I know it gets pretty hot as the day goes on.
Right. No, I'm not sure where that time frame came from for a traditional parade. We've stayed at the 9:30 time slot just because of the heat and because we know that if we're just doing a parade, lots of families are going to want to go do something else in the afternoon, maybe travel somewhere else to see fireworks, and we want to be respectful of that. So we're still looking at a 9:30 start time.
Okay, yeah, because the downtown and just going to the DBC's website is, and not to say that businesses won't open early that day because there's a parade, but you know, there's just really a handful of businesses in the downtown area that are open at that time. But again, that doesn't mean that, and then some that aren't even open on Sundays.
Correct.
Unlike the farmers market, which you know, they do open early businesses like Crown and Crow and the wine company. So those are the only two I have for right now. I'm sure I'll come up with some more.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Stacey, first of all, thank you. That was really great. I love the interactive and colorful and really clear and very, very easy to watch and very thorough. Thanks for all the work. A few questions, and I'm going to probably have more later as well. One of them is, how many right now do we have confirmed? How many participants, like if we do a traditional parade?
Sure. So we have, I want to say we have 10 that are registered currently. Typically for these events, about 80% of our registrants don't do it until the last day that the parade applications are received. And we haven't had any additional since the last meeting. So I think there are quite a few groups that are waiting to see what the final direction is tonight before they register to participate in the parade. But we've received a lot of interest in participating and questions about where to register and those sorts of things. But I think we're at 10 right now.
Have you had any groups that reached out to say that they were not interested in doing it this year?
No, none that have reached out specifically and said no. But we have had some groups, like I said, that have just asked sort of clarifying questions about details of the parade and signing up. We did move into our ActiveNet registration system for the parade this year instead of the Google form we've done in the past. So we've only received questions like that.
Okay. If we do this traditional parade, is it possible to live stream it on the city's Facebook page so that we could reduce numbers and still get people excited about being a part of it, kind of like the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, that type of thing?
Sure, we can look into it. That would be a better question for IS, only because Wi-Fi is really hard to get downtown. And in order to do that, you know, I know the Wi-Fi from the community center doesn't reach down there. We've tried to do that in the past just with the Wi-Fi that's around, and with everybody else doing their pictures and things like that, it's really hard to get good reception there. So, but it's certainly something that we could look into.
Okay. Let's see. You mentioned the Brentwood Police Department being accessible. Are they increasing, do they have the idea of increasing presence there? Would they be actually walking around, or they wait till they are called?
No, so what we have scheduled right now for a traditional parade would be 2 motor units, 2 patrol units, and then 2 to 3 explorers.
Okay. In option number 2, the one that has the highest resident impact, how would you perceive to be able to control the people that actually live in the neighborhood?
That's a great question. And we had that just to mitigate the traffic problem downtown. But once we were able to work that through, I think that is probably no one's desired parade route at this point because of that, because we can't limit. If somebody wants to have people over and be in their front yard and watch the parade, then they're going to do that.
Okay. And then restaurant goers. I imagine that there would be a tendency to want to sit outside and just stay there and then get up and just stand and loiter and, you know, to try and watch that way. What would mitigate that?
Sure. So as I said, we have staff assigned sort of as floaters. So we're grouping the viewing areas together and then having additional staff that'll respond to issues just in that area. And so if groups are at a restaurant, they're done eating, we'll just ask that they continue moving so we can keep the pathways open for the parade route and for the ADA accessibility between the viewing areas. And obviously, if somebody's going into a business or they want to sit down in the outdoor dining areas, that's totally allowed.
Okay. I have some questions about safety in addition, but I think I'll wait till we have our county person available.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Rary.
I think Councilmember Mendoza had her hand up before I did.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you, Councilor Rary. Hi, and thank you so much for the presentation. I like the graphics because I'm a visual person, so it's nice to see how everything's happening. What total headcount do you need from city staff and from volunteers for it? And how many do you have guaranteed right now, and how much would you need to acquire?
Sure. So what we're looking at right now is going to be, I have it in my notes. It depends. First of all, it depends on which of the routes that we choose, just because they do have different viewing areas. So we'd be looking at about 16 to 20 limited service staff, plus all of our full-time recreation staff.
How many are on rec staff?
There are 7 of us.
Okay, 7. One of the things I noticed online today when I started reading all the comments was, I would say probably about 70% of the people, because I did Google them, were not from Brentwood who were saying they were coming to the parade. If we do this, how do we guarantee that Brentwood residents have priority for reserving spots?
So there's a couple ways that we could do that. So as far as opening registration, what we do typically for activities, not our special events, is we give priority registration to Brentwood residents. So if that was something that the council wanted to do, and say we open up registration for the first week or the first 2 weeks to Brentwood residents, and then after a certain date allow it for non-residents, we can do that in our registration system. So we just set separate dates for registration for residents and non-residents.
Okay. And I know people brought up the homeless situation, and it got me thinking, like, we can't legally move homeless people from the sidewalk. How do we legally move people who just want to watch the parade from afar, like behind your roped area?
Right. I think if anyone is in those areas, I don't know, if they're not blocking the area, if they're not in the area which is considered our event area, and I don't know, PD might want to weigh in on that, but once we start closing streets and requiring registration, now it becomes more of a, like an event that requires registration. So I'm not sure if they have any more, availability to be able to enforce those things, because we are requiring that for safety, that we have that ADA accessibility. So I think besides just asking people to move along, I think they would need to weigh in on how they would enforce.
Okay. Do we know if we have anyone from Brentwood PD on tonight by any chance?
Yes, we have Captain Silva available for those questions.
I mean, I don't know if Captain Silva, if you know that, like, if we can't move homeless people from sidewalks, how can we legally move people that don't want to move from a sidewalk when they're watching the parade? Like, I mean, Disneyland, the risk is you get kicked out, right? I mean, it's a private event area.
Right. Can you hear me, Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and council members. So there is a slight difference when you're talking about a homeless person exercising their right to rest in a public place. There is a slight difference when the city has acquired the space for a registered event, as Stacy mentioned. And then we're also trying to encourage the voluntary compliance with the health order. So that's going to be, I think, the angle that you're pursuing, is to keep everybody safe pursuant to the health order, as opposed to moving someone who is exercising their right to rest.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yes, it does. And you feel comfortable that you would be okay with asking people to move if they don't have reservations?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize, Councilmember Rary.
Yes, Doug, Captain Silva, if I could ask you another question. On social media, there were people from Danville, people from Antioch, from Oakley, from Discovery Bay, from Byron, all saying that they're coming to the parade regardless if they're able to register or not, and that a caution tape isn't going to stop them. How do we do crowd control in that instance? And when people see an advertisement, 4th of July parade, I mean, we're actually got 4th of July parade up right now. And some people see the headline, but never actually read the rest of the stuff in there, like you need to reserve a spot. How are we going to handle that crowd control when we've got not only our own residents who are coming down, but also residents from outside of the area who have made it very clear that they are going to come?
Well, I think, Councilmember Rare, it's an excellent point. It's a great, valid question under the circumstances. And, you know, the situation is definitely going to remain fluid. You know, we're gonna hope for the best, you know, always plan for the worst, right? And, you know, hopefully the behavior remains civil, regardless of how many people arrive to view the parade. We do our best to encourage voluntary compliance. And, you know, it's kind of, you have to be able to adapt and adjust as the situation unfolds. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell how it's actually going to play out, but we'll have to be prepared for, you know, the things that you're trying to anticipate all the different variables. And we'll have to have contingencies in place for that. You know, we only have so much staffing. Every city is going to be busy that day. So, you know, normally if it wasn't a special event on a holiday weekend, you know, I would say that, like, say the side shows that have been popping up or different car shows that kind of pop up last minute where we rely on neighboring agencies, you know, that might be the case here if it comes to that point.
Yeah, and I guess I'm a little concerned that we're only allocating 2 traffic officers to this. I can see this getting out of hand very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it usually is well attended, but
yeah,
the behavior, usually people are, you know, they're very well behaved at this event. This event doesn't, even if it wasn't under COVID circumstances and we get a very, very crowded downtown, this event historically hasn't created a lot of calls for service.
Yeah, but we have a blogger who's been pushing it. We have our mayor who's incited people by telling them that their cars are going to be impounded, which is an absolute lie. And so they've got them all riled up. So it's not a matter of we're just having this parade and so forth. We have outside people who are really becoming instigators and making this into something that I don't think that we've ever had before. I mean, when people come down before, they came down because they wanted to view the parade with their families, and it was a great event. And each year it has gotten to be even better. But with all of the instigators on social media, I'm fearful of what this is going to turn into.
Yeah, that's completely understandable. And we'll just wait for council's direction on which way we're going to go, and then we'll be prepared to deal with it either way.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Captain Silva, thank you so much for jumping into this conversation. I don't know if you were expecting to have to be presented with all these questions, but we really appreciate, I'm sure across the council, the time that you're taking to help us with this. In addition to what the other council members have mentioned when it comes to social media buzz, there have been a few, not just people saying that they were going to attend and come and just to view the parade. There were some posts about people starting their own march or some kind of a secret event downtown Brentwood at the same time. So I would agree that I think this is not a typical year. We know that. We know that our people are very frustrated, and keyboard warriors are not helping to keep things calm and feasible. But I do think it's something that's going to require some extra attention. I'm concerned about these marches and other events that people allude to without really giving any information that are coinciding with our potential parade. So wanted to mention that as something to keep in your pocket as additional potential information to watch out for. But again, thank you. I would also have to express a concern about the ability for staffers to have to mandate masks from similar people who are upset about having to wear masks. So I guess that's another thing that we just have to really prepare for. But so more of a comment than a question, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilmember Meyer. I appreciate that. And those are all valid concerns.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Mayor, do you see my hand up? Oh, okay, yeah, I do. I'm sorry about that. Just before I get started, though, I just want to make sure that I let you guys know that I'm actually in Indiana right now with my family. So it's actually going to be 11 o'clock here in Indiana. And I'm going to try to stay on the council meeting as long as possible. I did want to attend because I know there's some important things on the agenda that I want to be part of. I did want to thank Councilmember Meyer for moving F1 up on the agenda. But just so you guys know, I'm out of town right now with my family, with my sons, actually in Indiana. So it's a little bit later here. It's 11 o'clock, about to be 11 o'clock. So I'll try to stay on as long as I can. But I do have a comment for Stacy. Are you still there, Stacy?
Yes.
One is I want to say thank you very much, Stacy, for putting together all these different routes at the same time. I love the whole location of the families kind of thing, the visual you got here. I just want to make sure in the maps and everything that you're putting together, are they following the state and county guidelines when it comes to our compliance in regards to what's out there in pertaining to parades?
Yes. So and if Randy wants to jump in, as far as the communication that we've had and the approval that we've received after June 15th, the only besides the masking mandates that the state has, the only guidelines will be for mega events, which outdoors is for over 10,000 people. And so even our regular event couldn't at full capacity accommodate 10,000 people. So all of the pre-registration and the viewing areas that we're doing is all extra considerations that aren't required by those guidelines.
So what you're saying, so actually we're going above what state and county guidelines are when it comes to the masking for these events. So the city's actually going a little bit above to try to make sure that everybody has a mask on because it's not a mega event. Is that what you're saying?
Correct, with what they'll be after the 15th. So I believe the guidance is still that even if you are vaccinated, that you're encouraged to wear a mask in large events like parades. The mega events are the ones that require the testing and the contact tracing and proof of vaccination and things like that, assigned seating.
Okay, thank you. And golly, let me see, I had another question. So you're saying you guys are going to be having a staff training and volunteer training for this event specifically?
Yeah, so we do that every year for the event anyways, and just go over with the volunteers what the expectation is. We give them all of the parade routes, the maps, anything that is required for the area that they'll be in charge of. And so we're hoping to, usually we solicit volunteers from the Brentwood Neighborhood Committee, and so we're looking at reaching out if the events are approved to other volunteer organizations in the area that can help us Obviously, the more volunteers we have, the better. Make them easily identifiable. We'll have them paired with city staff. We'll have the staff that is sort of in charge of, 4 viewing areas. So there's some levels of authority and communication, and that way we can really try and solve problems at the lowest level as they come up.
Okay, sounds good. And like I said, I want to thank you again, you and your staff, for putting a wonderful PowerPoint together. And it's nice to see that you guys are really putting a lot of effort as Parks and Recs to hopefully have this thing happen. So, I just want to thank you and the staff, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Well, I've got a question and a clarification. This will be to Captain Silva. Some of the things that have been alluded to, my response regarding this parade was responding to someone who had said or threatened clearly to not only bring a parade to town, but also incorporate some sideshows in Brentwood. And there have been numerous groups of people declaring their intent or potential intent. So, Captain Silva, is it the fact that in the recent sideshows that our police department most definitely did impound some vehicles that were participating in those?
Yes, Mayor, we have impounded vehicles participating in the sideshows. And, I don't want to reveal all of our tactics in response to those events, but we do monitor the activity or the energy leading up to possible sideshows or car meetups to try to adequately prepare for them.
Okay, so I do appreciate that. I have seen oftentimes on the weekends when there have been non-city sanctioned car shows that have come to town, that there has been some interaction with the police department as well. I do know that there have been in the past some arrests made for activity as well as car impounding. So just wanted to clarify that I was not referring to someone participating in a legal parade having their car impounded. If that was a misunderstanding, I wanted to make sure that that was not what was said. I was absolutely referring to the non-sanctioned events. And also, this is for our county representative. I know it's very important for the city, and many, if not all, of our council persons at some point have made it very clear we're all very interested in following the science of the protection for the COVID restrictions in our state and in our community. And I was wondering, does this parade, should it go forward, should it be voted forward, does it fall within the science of the county allowing something like this to happen to keep our communities safe if we follow these guidelines?
All right. Thank you, Mayor and the council members. My name is Randy Sawyer, and I'm the Deputy Director for Health Services. And just to give you some background, next Tuesday, I think you're aware that the governor is saying that he's going to lift the blueprint for a safe environment or safe economy, and that's going to be lifted next Tuesday, which basically a lot of the guidance is by the state and our health officers follows these guidance will be lifted. And as mentioned earlier, mega events will still be required. There'll be rules for mega events, and for outdoors, as mentioned earlier, it's for events of above 10,000 people who might be attending. What we do really, and masking actually is not going to be required at that time for vaccinated people. Unvaccinated people, the recommendation is very strong that people wear masks if they're not been vaccinated. And as Dr. Ferrantano, who is the health officer, states that it's very safe for these people who are fully vaccinated, but for the unvaccinated or partially vaccinated, it is still a high-risk situation because you're bringing a lot of people together in an area they're close together. And there's more possibilities for the transmission of COVID. So again, they're masking, especially for events that aren't considered mega events are not going to be required for vaccinated people who have been vaccinated, and it is supposed to be people who are unvaccinated are going to be requested to wear masks. So that's a distinction. Social distancing won't be required anymore. So a lot of the rules will not be required. So what Stacy has put together and stuff is safer than what the state's going to be recommending. It's actually, I think it's very good protocol she's been policy and process she put together. But a lot of these things aren't going to be required after June 15th.
Thank you, Mr. Sawyer, for that answer. At this time, I will, Councilmember Rary, your hand's up.
Yes, Mr. Sawyer, isn't it true that the CDC, for their outdoor activities, lists parades as the least safest, even with masks for people who are unvaccinated?
I'm not sure if they consider the at least safe, but it is for people who have not been vaccinated, it's not a safe place to be. I mean, it's a high-risk area, more opportunity to get in contact. And what we're finding, people who have not been vaccinated, the COVID's still spreading very strongly in those communities, and that's where we're getting all our transmission and people getting sick and unfortunately even dying from the disease still.
So on May 28th, though, the CDC did release outdoor activity guidance, and it did list for people who are unvaccinated, even with masks, that parades were the least safest activity. So there was that. Also, the CDC said that just last week also said that teens are the most acceptable these days and having the highest numbers coming in. Now, is that something we are seeing in Contra Costa?
We are seeing younger people getting more likely to get COVID now. As one of the reasons is that group of people are the least, had not been, as many people have not been vaccinated within those age groups, from especially like 20 to 29. And we just recently started issuing vaccinations to children between 12 and 16, and we have less than 50% of them receiving their first dose, and most of them have not received their second dose yet. So it's got to be a Pfizer, so it has to be 2 doses. So they aren't completely vaccinated yet, and the risk to them is still high, and that's why we're seeing probably more transmission among those groups of children, and they're getting together a lot more than they were in the past also.
And didn't Napa County have a woman die last week who was fully vaccinated?
I don't know if that's Napa County, but there has been people who have what we call breakthrough events. There's been a couple that I'm aware of that have died. They had other causes to go with them, and one was 90 years old, and another one was only about 68. And but they had other modalities and stuff that could impact them as their life. But COVID was one of the items listed as a possible death for them.
Do you know, for children in our area, I think it was between 0 to 4, I think it was up to 9, there was 8,800 in the whole county. Have any of the kids had been very serious, or are there most of those mild cases for the younger kids who can't get vaccination?
Most of them definitely have been milder cases. There has been some cases. We haven't had anybody, let's say, any children die. We did have a 15-year-old, except for one 15-year-old, and but none others younger than that, and there was only one. Most of our deaths have been as where the elder population and stuff. But there are people getting sick, and there are long-term impacts from even children getting COVID that may not be death, but they do have long-term impact that impacts their health. maybe throughout the rest of their life.
My daughter-in-law is one of those.
Yeah.
She's still having memory problems and breathing problems, and that was a year ago. The World Health Organization says that they figure herd immunity is 65 to 70% of those vaccinated. But if you read the experts through all the major news outlets, New York Times, the LA Times, SACB, SFGate, San Jose Mercury News, they're all saying that because COVID is so new that it's hard to determine what herd is, but that most of them are saying it's like minimum 70, but it could be 80, it could be 90, it could be 95% before herd immunity actually kicks in, which makes it more dangerous for those people who are unvaccinated because they feel safe being among all those that are vaccinated. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, that's what I understand also, is that since it is a novel virus, we don't have enough information to know exactly when herd immunity comes in. I'm sure with the number of people getting vaccinated, we're looking at that. We are looking at that now, and we have researchers looking at it and see what impact it would have. But the problem is also some communities in Contra Costa County are very well highly vaccinated, others not as much. And so it may be herd immunity is relative when you think about what's the size of the community. Is it a Bay Area? Is it a city? Is it whatever? But if you look at it from a worldview, we're far from herd immunity as we move forward. And the variants also throw a twist in everything. We're not sure exactly what the variants will do to herd immunity also.
As well as how long it'll last. I mean, they don't know if the vaccine lasts 6 months, if it lasts a year, 10 years, a lifetime. So that those things are still up in the air. The other thing is that June 15th is being touted as that magical day. But isn't it true if the hospitalizations go up between now and then and the vaccinations numbers are not there, that it could actually not happen on June 15th?
It's most likely based on the numbers we're seeing, the number of people who are, the number of cases we're seeing are still dropping pretty fast, and the percent positivity rates of people is also dropping. Between now and the 15th, it's very unlikely something will happen that would keep it from happening. What could happen if there was also another surge or a big and a lot of people getting impacted in the near future, or even in the fall or something like that, the governor could reimpose the guidance and stuff. But it's very unlikely it'll go through probably on the 15th, but in the future it could change based on what's happening.
So at his press conference on Friday, while he said that he's going to keep the emergency, which doesn't mean that he's going to stop the reopening, just his emergency powers. But he did go on to say that there will probably be some restrictions coming out before the June 15th deadline. Have you heard of what those restrictions might be?
No, we're still waiting for those also. So we do know we've gotten some stuff on mega events. That's what we know of. And then also Cal OSHA has rules coming out for employees that are subject to Cal OSHA regulations. Yeah, but
this wasn't in reference to the one that had already been posted, the Beyond the Blueprint.
Yeah.
This was something that when he talked about his emergency powers staying on, that there would be something coming out before, some restrictions coming out before June 15th. Well, that's all I can think of right now, but I see there's a couple other council members who I think want to ask you questions as well. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello, Mr. Sawyer, and I'll say thank you. I heard you this morning on the Board of Supervisors, and now I hear you again, so you've had a long day, so thank you so much. One of the things that you said today that kind of struck me a little bit was that 8.5 out of 100,000 are getting positive rate, which is 3 times more than the overall rate for unvaccinated people. Is there any way to see what it is in our region, like the Oakley, Brentwood, Discovery Bay, Antioch region? Because when I look at the numbers, we have the lowest we are 21st out of 31 in vaccinations. Is there any indicator that can help us decide if this would be a catalyst to something bad or not? Since
well, I think
vaccination for both?
I don't have specific numbers on different communities and stuff available. I could ask our data people if that could be a possibility. We could look into it. I don't know if they would be able to or not to answer your question. And the vaccination rates tell you a lot about who has not been vaccinated, who has not. Again, people who have not been vaccinated, the transmission, the rates of disease and stuff is still very high.
Okay. And then one of my biggest concerns was that having a super spreader event could delay the start of school or impact school, which our children, for their mental well-being, need to get back in school. I think someone today said that there is no risk to going back to school. Is that something that you can confidently say, that if we were to have a super spreader, our kids would still be okay going back to school?
That's what Dr. Sabelli actually on today's meeting, the board meeting, said. He basically, and I think that's what the health officers in the Bay Area has said. They released they had a press conference and a press release last week supporting schools open in the fall, all the health officers in the Bay Area. And so they definitely do support that. As Dr. Sabelli says, even when people weren't getting vaccinated, they found the practices at schools and how they'd handle them were very safe, and kids could go back to school.
And is that comparison to distance learning? Because I know my kid, my middle schooler, is one of the children that went back. And she only had 2 to 6 kids in each of her class. So were those studies done with full classrooms, or were they done under distance learning scenarios?
They're done with social distancing requirements and masking requirements.
So we don't know how it will go down with full classrooms, actually.
Yeah, and that'll probably, and one of the things that will still come out is guidance for schools and how they can conduct in-class learning. I think the distancing may go to 3 feet instead of 6 feet. That's one thing that's been approved, so it's very likely. But those rules will come out before school, and shortly, because schools be starting in August.
Okay, and the last thing is, I think you and Councilman Herrera were talking about the long-term impacts, and I think that people need to realize that what I've heard from X-ray techs is that what they're seeing in lungs is stuff they haven't seen before. So, if we do this, I hope everyone does mask up, because you can get better. It doesn't mean you're not going to have long-term effects. So I think my concern is just keeping us healthy, and I appreciate you coming on and sharing your info. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Sawyer, for joining us this evening. And I really appreciate that you're willing to offer us your expertise on this. As you can tell, obviously, it's a tough decision for us. So for me, I'm right in the middle. I keep going back and forth. And so all this extra information is very helpful. My question is about the vaccination rate in Brentwood, East County versus other parts of the county. And it's a little different in that I'm curious, what are your thoughts on whether our lower vaccination rates might have prevented the whole county from getting out of tiers a little bit more quickly? And I don't know if I'm explaining it well. Do you know?
Yeah, I understand. We've stayed in the orange tier and didn't go to the yellow tier.
Exactly.
And we're still coming down. And we got stalled at one point, and it didn't make it to the yellow tier. And we're very close now. We could potentially make it before next Tuesday, but it's very unlikely. I mean, that's how we're moving down. It's again, I'm not. It could be a possibility that the East, because of how the East County, portions of East County had not been vaccinated, it did make a difference. We did see more hospitalizations in East County and more cases that were occurring in the cities in East County than we were. I mean, in general, we've seen more.
Yeah, it makes sense. And you probably, I'm guessing, have heard of a lot of cancellations or modifications that are happening within the county and beyond. A lot of these cities that are choosing to delay, cancel completely, modify altogether their events have higher vaccination rates than we do. And I'm curious if there's any perspective on that from the county health division. Like, what are your thoughts on how people are doing that sort of thing? What do you advise them if they ask this question, if depending on a vaccination rate?
Well, we're basically we just give them information what's allowed and not allowed. We're not the things that what we do advise, again, as I mentioned earlier, that people who have not been vaccinated wear a mask and actually not even come to the events because it is a higher risk for them. People who are completely vaccinated, it's safe for them. It's just people who are not been vaccinated. So again, we feel strongly that vaccinated people could do this very safely with no problem. We're just concerned about the people who have not been vaccinated.
So we, of course, all of the kids won't be vaccinated, but we also see a lot of events that happen downtown, car shows and farmers markets and such, where people are not wearing masks. So the concern, of course, is that there will be people who will refuse or just say they forgot or whatever, and that we don't want staff to be in this hard position of having to enforce someone who's getting belligerent about that. But if you were to see this as something potential where 50% of the people were not wearing masks and we don't know if they're vaccinated or not, do you have concerns about that?
Again, for the unvaccinated people, there are concerns about those people. The people who are vaccinated, we feel like we'd be safe. It's just the people who have not been vaccinated.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rary.
So, and I'm not sure if you can give me any information on this, but last month over in the Walnut Creek area, there was a party of high schoolers. And there were 21 high schoolers at that party who tested positive for COVID, and another 100 that were quarantined because of that. Do you know if any of that became severe, or is that just not something that?
Our staff does track those things. They wouldn't know that. I don't have that specific information, but our staff, we do have staff that follow up on all breakouts like that. Outbreaks, it's outbreaks, not breakouts, but outbreaks like that. They do follow up on those, and I don't have the specifics on this one.
So there's been concern from staff that if there was a breakout, that there'd be no way for us to contact trace whether or not it actually happened at our event. How good are you at contact tracing?
Well, the big thing with contact tracing is how fast you can get to them. And people, if we know they went to those events and we can trace it back to them, that could be definitely where we determine that the event occurred. A lot of times people don't know where they came in contact or stuff, so those are difficult. But if we know that they attended the event, there's a lot of people from that event that got COVID, we could surmise that it could very well come from that event. And we do have some very good contact tracers, and unfortunately, they've had a lot of experience this last year on contact tracing too.
Yeah. And there was one more thing that I wanted to ask. Anyway, that's it for now, but thank you.
You're welcome.
I think if there are no more questions, clarifying questions from council to staff, then at this time, I will open public comments, and I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
Just a minute while I share my screen with the timer. Oops. My apologies. I've received 8 written public comments on this item. A summary is shown on the screen. Full copies of these comments will be made available on the City Council agenda webpage. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphones will be muted after your timer has expired. I currently have 7 hands raised. I will start with Rod, followed by Derek.
Thank you, Margaret. The agenda packet states, and I quote, on June 1, 2021, Council by motion directed Parks and Recreation staff to work with the Downtown Business Coalition to find options for a safe 4th of July parade to be brought back for Council consideration on June 8, 2021, which is tonight and what we're doing now. Clearly, it was the direction of Council that this item would be discussed and decided on tonight. And yet, for reasons that are not clear, it was announced publicly last week that a parade would be held. This has caused a lot of public consternation, online strife. I've seen probably some of the worst stuff I've seen, and I've been online for years. That was completely unnecessary. I believe the city manager owes the people of Brentwood an apology for jumping the gun. There was no rush. I mean, it's just been a few days and could easily have waited until we finished our discussion. I'm not in favor of this parade at this time. It's not necessary, and as we only have about half of our citizens vaccinated, I don't believe it's time to be having this event. I do acknowledge that staff has tried to come up with a system to limit attendance, but putting groups of up to 7 people into small spaces is not the best solution. We need to consider the risks of the unvaccinated, including every child in attendance under age 12, who cannot simply stay away or choose whether or not to attend, as some online commenters have suggested. And as we just heard, it's dangerous to be there if you're not vaccinated. We do also need to consider the safety of the parade participants, city staff, and volunteers. And we need to consider that some people still object to any safety measures and may react excessively and possibly even violently to being asked to stay in an area, wear a mask, or not to stay without reservation. And again, as others have noted, there have been some pretty irresponsible statements made online about these topics. If a parade is to be held, the best way to do it is the reverse parade. It's a simple enough plan. It provides for people to have access to the parade in comfort and safety. It keeps our children and other vulnerable members of our community safe. For example, people who have had transplants and the vaccine may not work for them. It keeps the participants safe, and it makes a comfortable and enjoyable experience for everyone. Participants could be distanced and so unmasked if they chose, and of course, people would not need to wear masks in their cars. It's simpler, it's safer, and it's just more pleasant for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have with the hand raised is Laura Nelson, followed by Donald Smith. Laura, go ahead.
I am so sorry. I did not realize I raised my hand. You can skip me. I apologize.
The next speaker is Donald Smith. I think Mr. Smith and I may be hitting his unmute button at the same time. Mr. Smith, are you able to unmute?
Sorry. Yes, now I got it.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and staff. My name is Donald Smith, and I'm a resident of Brentwood. My comments pertain to item B1, the discussion of a 4th of July parade. While I personally believe it would be okay to go ahead with the parade, I have some concerns about safety, especially as it pertains to COVID-19. But I wanted to convey to you this. I am very pleased that you took the time to consider the issues and allow for citizen input. I was a little put off by the fact that before getting council approval, the staff made public announcements stating that the parade was going to go on. As I'm sure you realize now, that announcement put the council in an awkward position. They either had to subjugate their concerns or ask for a pause to consider the implications of having this parade. To their credit, some of the council members did ask for a pause, and they have asked community members to weigh in on the issue, which we are doing now. A disturbing side effect of that pause, however, was that some citizens attacked council members for their decision to be prudent in trying to ensure public health and safety. Council members have been accused of being anti-military, unpatriotic, and disloyal because they wanted to take the time to get it right. What the attackers failed to understand was that the council had not taken anything away from them. They didn't make a decision to go ahead with a parade or to select another option. As I understand it, that decision will be made tonight. So citizens, relax, take a deep breath. Give the council an opportunity to make a well-reasoned, informed decision. No one wants to cause a spike in COVID cases, which might cause businesses to shut down again, or worst case scenario, to not allow our students to go back to school. So let the council do their job and take the time to get it right. Thank you so much for listening. Good night.
The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca, followed by Cindy. Carolina, go ahead.
Good evening. I wanted to summarize a little bit for people listening in because this has really just blown out of proportion. First, we have 3 city council members at the last meeting who thoroughly familiarized themselves with the County Board of Health guidance, not the mayor or the vice mayor. 3 city council members who were trying to follow the guidance to keep residents safe. City council was elected to make informed decisions on our behalf. 1 city council member who did what the mayor and vice mayor should have done and called the surrounding cities to see what those mayors and city councils were doing and why. 1 city council member who spoke to BPD about crowd control, not the mayor or the vice mayor. City staff proposed a plan that was not well thought through last time or complete. Assuming that chalk markings on the sidewalk are going to keep people from moving around or stop people from coming in is ineffective and just puts their city staff and their volunteers in a very bad position. The other thing is, as several city council people have commented, people from other cities are going to come to Brentwood. There are only 2 cities in East Contra Costa having parades. That is Antioch and Brentwood. The next closest city is Orinda. So BPD, city staff, needs to take a serious look at this and have a really good plan for crowd control. Now, I don't know how much walking around downtown people have done in the past several weeks, but people are not wearing masks, and they are very happy not to wear masks. And they're saying, yeah, we're patriotic, we don't wear masks. And this is the mindset that will be at this parade. So when you do the training, please be prepared for the type of verbal abuse that comes from these people who are like, my body, my choice. I don't have to wear a mask. You can't make me. Also from the image that showed people on the street and then people on the sidewalk, you have all that space behind in that parking lot in front of City Hall. What's going to stop people from standing there, and how much police presence are we going to have? At the last car show, it took every member of BPD for crowd control. So please take this seriously, no matter what it is, what direction you go in. Crowd control and participant safety, as well as public safety, has to be the utmost concern. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cindy, followed by Nancy Hoffman.
Good evening again. I'll wait for the timer. Good evening again. I would like to start by thanking city staff for all their hard work and attention to detail in drafting the options for the parade. It does look like they put a lot of thought into it, and definitely lots of hours. However, I have my opinion and observations around the event. in my opinion, and I think it's shared by more than just people around me, is that it's almost impossible to control the crowds to meet the requirements imposed the state and county. The agenda does not mention anything concrete about these plans. There were some mentions during the staff presentations, but still, they're not to the T. This person's gonna watch this group and so on. So there's no assignments, nothing very clear around that. Who will be the actors from different agencies to provide this enforcement and so on, right? So, some other factors for the celebration definitely depend on what happens after the state reopens on June 15th. As Councilwoman Rary mentioned, we will still possibly see some restrictions. So why rushing into a decision when we don't know really what's going to happen? On top of that, Brentwood has 65,000 residents, and we plan on admitting only 1,200. Can we think about how frustrated the rest of the residents will be that they cannot participate? And also, what's the opinion of the downtown merchants who will have the downtown closed for, I understand, about 4 hours? No cost-benefit analysis, the risk is there, it was not addressed, and so on. I would have preferred for our mayor, actually, to focus more on cleaning up the homeless who bathe and hang out at the city park in preparation for this parade, as opposed to posting on Facebook inappropriate comments peppered with grammatical errors and non-compliant with the Brown Act. He was definitely implying that whomever has concerns around the parade are not patriots and proud Americans. Also, our mayor and his supporters continue to mention how some people are divisive. And in light of this incident I just mentioned, I have to think that he was definitely projecting. Instead of being a unifying actor in our community, our mayor is the one who is divisive and instigates possibly to unlawful actions. Since he formally expressed his decision ahead of public comment and council discussion, I heard him to do the right thing and recuse himself from voting on this item. Thank you.
The next speaker is Nancy Hoffman, and then followed by Jessica Bruno. Nancy, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, good. Thank you. Members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to address this issue tonight. I previously sent an email and included some information for your review, and I believe Mr. Sawyer did a yeoman's job of outlining the healthcare risks incumbent in situations like this. I know everybody wants to get over COVID. I know everybody wants to have a parade. I would like to have one too. But I think we are in a very precarious position right now as we transition from one phase of this to another. The planning that you presented tonight was very thoughtful. And honestly, if we were much more isolated and a smaller community, I think that plan might probably work. However, we are a larger community and we are not isolated. And there are a number of issues that are going to have to be addressed. One is the masking, which is still required by CDC and will be required for those who are not vaccinated after the 15th versus those who are vaccinated and do not have to wear masks. I fear that we put our city staff in a precarious position of trying to oversee that requirement. The things that I've heard about people coming into the community with less than parade intentions are concerning. It is very concerning for the stress on our police resources for that day, which I know will be overwhelmed because it's the 4th of July. And another resource that has not been addressed is the fire and paramedic resource. As a former emergency trauma nurse, I know how busy they're going to be. So I really think I've done years of healthcare risk management, and my risk-benefit analysis here just does not pan out. The risk here for those who are unvaccinated, for the safety of everyone involved, for crowd control, the benefit of this is not the same. And we don't want a bad outcome here because this is our Independence Day. This is how we celebrate. We want to be able to do it in the future and not regret something we did today. So I would encourage us to pass this on to next year.
The next speaker is Jessica Bruno, followed by Peter Jackaway. Jessica, go ahead.
Hello, thank you for having me. I am a resident of Brentwood, and the only thing that I would like you guys to please keep in mind when you do make your decision, keep in mind that you guys have allowed the farmers market every Saturday in downtown, which attracts hundreds of people from all over the place, and there's been no issues. I don't think that there would be an issue at the parade, and I think given the added safety measures, even though they won't be required by the state as of June 15th and science, that this parade should and will be okay for us. So just please keep that in mind, that's all.
The next speaker is Peter Jackaway, followed by Jody Marfia. Mr. Jackaway, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Just wanted to speak on one thing following last week's special meeting and the discussions with the Park and Rec Department. One recommendation that I did make on behalf of the Downtown Brentwood Coalition is to suggest possible areas for vaccinated and special areas for unvaccinated to kind of congregate in their special areas as the parade route was extended. I'm not sure if that was included or not. I have not read that in the staff report, but for the enforcement purposes and for try to find a middle ground for everybody here, is that something that could be considered? Another thing is in my discussions the other day with Councilmember Rary, stipulations and listening to Mr. Sawyer from the Contra Costa County Health earlier today. If these guidelines are lifted, is there stipulations that could be made that we could possibly move forward without all these restrictions? Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Jody Marfia, and then currently that's the last hand I have raised. Go ahead, Jody.
Good evening. So I'm not going to attend regardless, whether we have one or not. My kids are older. I'm not going to go to the parade. However, I do think it's important that we have the parade. Science says we can be outside without masks if you're vaccinated. If you are that concerned, don't go to the parade. If you're not vaccinated, stay home. June 15th, supposedly things are going to be lifted. We need to trust science. We need to listen to what the CDC is saying. I don't know why we as a council think we can override the CDC and science. Everybody worried about school. I'm more worried about vacations and the parents taking their kids across the country and to Disneyland and everywhere else that's opening up June 15th. I really don't think our 2 to 4 hour outdoor parade is going to be a super spreader. It just doesn't make sense. If you're worried about it, stay home. We've had farmers market, we've had car shows. Anyone who knows me knows that I have followed the rules to a T since last March. I have skipped vacations, I've skipped get-togethers, I've skipped girls' getaways, I've worn my mask. Everybody who knows me knows that I have literally followed this to a T. We are now vaccinated, and at some point you trust science. I mean, you just have to. The masks work, distancing works, and vaccines work. If you want to go to a parade and you are fully vaccinated, you go. And if you're not and you're not comfortable, then stay home. But this whole punishing of people who have done the right thing for the last 15 months is like the kid in this class that screws the kids out of recess. You know, y'all do the right thing and one kid screws it up for everybody else. And this is exactly what's happening with this. Have the parade. I don't think we need restrictions at all. Do the parade. If you're not comfortable going, then stay home. If you're not comfortable, then wear your mask and distance. But at this point, we've got to trust science and we've got to move forward. And I feel like we as a city and as a council are way overstepping our bounds, overstepping the CDC and overstepping what the county health department has said works. And at some point, you need to trust science and move forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Antonio Xavier, followed by Susan Wallace.
Thank you for your time, Council. The concern with this event is not the people who behave. The concern is those who don't behave. Brentwood isn't doing the right thing as a whole. I didn't hear any plan if we're going to actually check to see if people are vaccinated. So how will we be checking if people should or should not be wearing masks? What I did learn tonight is that Brentwood appears to be failing with our COVID response compared to the rest of the county. We are near the bottom for vaccinations and are apparently dragging down the rest of the county with us. It appears we basically prevented a change from orange to yellow tier for the rest of the county. We should be more careful than the other cities in our county, not more reckless. My primary goal is for the Brentwood school to reopen with no setbacks and have all of our children return to school safely. That is a return to normal for me. A parade is nice, but getting my children on that path back to normal is more important to me. I don't know if health official Sawyer is still on the line, but here in Brentwood, our school does not start in August. If school resumes as planned, my children will be starting July 28th. We all know the COVID timeline by now. 2 to 3 weeks after an event, we start to see the first infections showing up and the risk of community spread is high. That puts the opening of Brentwood School in a dangerous time window. Are we creating a potential problem related to school reopening? I do not know, but I am concerned. If Brentwood does decide to move forward with the parade, I ask the council to strongly consider the reverse parade as a compromise between safety and celebration. I understand the Downtown Business Coalition does not prefer this, but I ask them to consider the community-wide impact and the timing with Brentwood children and the potential return to school. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Susan Wallace, followed by Marisol Valles. Susan, go ahead. Susan, go ahead.
Hello?
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
I'm nuts. I can't hear you. Hello?
We can hear you, Ms. Wallace.
Hello?
Ms. Wallace, we are able to hear you.
I think she's logged off. I'll go ahead to the next speaker and call on Ms. Wallace if she comes back. Marisol Valles, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I guess, make a quick comment, or maybe if the gentleman from Costa Health can come back on the line, because I heard a couple people say follow the science, but and this is the first I've heard of some updates, so I was appreciative that he was on the call, but if not mistaken, he said vaccinated people still are in danger, and it's really an event that should be attended by vaccinated. So I don't know if there's a way that he can maybe clarify that, because maybe the public didn't all listen to what he had to say. So maybe he can reiterate some of those comments about the difference if you're attending as vaccinated versus non-vaccinated. And that's it. Maybe he can reiterate some of those points for people that might have not heard him previously. Thank you.
I'm not showing any additional speakers with their hands raised, and I do not see that. Let me scroll through the list here. I do not see that Susan Wallace has logged back on.
Looks like she did, Margaret.
Oh, did she? Okay. Let me see. I'm just waiting for my.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Go ahead. Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. Can you reset the timer?
Yes.
Thanks. Sorry about that. I'm probably not going to the parade either. My kids are older. However, I went to all the graduation at Heritage this week. There were probably 3,000 people there. There are 3 high schools. Probably 9,000 people were involved in outdoor graduations this week. I think between that and the farmers markets and the car shows, there are enough activities going on outdoors, masked, unmasked, all of them, that a parade with the degree of planning that this is apparently involved, this looks like the planning for the Rose Bowl parade, not for a bunch of kids with flags walking down the street. We're not doctors. Councilwoman Susanna, Jovita, Karen are not doctors. The CDC has made recommendations. Brentwood doesn't have to reinvent the wheel on this one. We just have to go and have the parade. And if at this point you haven't gotten a vaccination, you're not gonna. I mean, there are so many available places to get a vaccination. Yes, children can't. Don't bring kids. If you're truly concerned about it, stay home. But the idea that we have to protect every single unvaccinated person who decides to go to the parade is punishment. And yes, their school will be starting, but all of those activities are already going on. All of that contact is happening, whether you're looking at it or not, and deciding to blame it all on the parade is kind of ridiculous. Let's do the science. They said that we can have the parade. Let's just do it. Thank you.
There's no additional attendees with their hands raised.
Okay, so at this time we will close public comments and move into council discussion. And Councilmember Rary.
I would just like to make some clarifying comments before even discussion. The farmers market's been brought up a couple of times. The farmers market was an essential business. It wasn't our decision. It was something that came from the state that this was an essential business, just like the grocery store that you go to. And that is why they were able to stay open. And when there were complaints regarding the spacing or people without masks, we spoke, and I got them quite often. I mean, I got a lot of people contacting me regarding that. And they were recontacted. It is put on by the Pacific Farmers Market Association, not the city of Brentwood. Car shows, those were unsanctioned car shows in the downtown area. And as we know, those people line the streets without masks on. As far as the CDC, and I actually, on May 28th of this year, not last year, the CDC listed outdoor parades as one of the least safest activities for unvaccinated individuals, even with masking. It also listed the attendance of everybody at parades and other types of events increases your risk of getting and spreading COVID-19. as even the gentleman from the county's health department had said, that there are people who are fully vaccinated who are getting COVID. Maybe not at a very severe rate, but they are getting COVID. And one lady in Napa County just died from it. The CDC recommended the safest way to celebrate this year, and this is where it comes from the parade section. This is in a separate section. The CDC recommended the safest way to celebrate this year is virtually, or with people who live with you, or outside in small gatherings, or with drive-through events. That's what the CDC said on May 28th. So that is the science I'm using. I'm not making it up. I'm not throwing out these whammies that this is the way that I want to do it, so I'm just going to make things up. I researched, and everything that I had to ask him, he turned around and said, yes, that's true. The CDC warns that teenagers are getting it at a higher rate. Yes, that's true, and that just came out last week. So regarding vaccinated versus non-vaccinated areas, while that sounds really good, it's probably actually safer for people to be mixed than to put all the unvaccinated into one area and then the vaccinated, who are the safer group, into another, because then you're bringing all these people who are not vaccinated and allowing them to be in an area which could cause an outbreak of COVID. As we know, some people get COVID without having any symptoms and can easily pass it to them, or they're so mild of symptoms that they don't realize that they have it. So those are just some clarifying comments that I wanted to make before discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meyer?
After I make a few comments, I would love it if Mr. Sawyer would come back on and address some of the concerns of our callers, if he's comfortable doing that. But prior to that, just wanted to make a few comments. First of all, I really appreciate the people who took the time to write in or call me or message me. You saw me in public and asked me questions that way. Whether we agree or not, I truly appreciate that you took the time to do that. You were respectful and civil, and that's productive, and that's how we engage. Again, we don't have to all agree. Every one of us on council would certainly agree on that, pretty sure. But I truly appreciate the people that took the time out of their days to reach out to us. I got to say, this whole thing online, this social media outcry, it's been brutal. For anyone to presume that I'm un-American or unpatriotic, it was super upsetting. I'm the daughter, granddaughter, stepdaughter, cousin, friend, neighbor, niece of veterans. Over the years, I've spent hours and hours and hours and hours volunteering at veteran events. I've sung the anthem dozens of times, graveside, following taps, tears in my eyes, very choked up, still trying to pull it through. Veterans are really important to me. The work I did at Meals on Wheels, I spent a huge amount of time supporting the efforts and the needs of veterans. So for people to say that I'm not a patriot, honestly, that's one of the harder insults. I mean, during this whole thing, I've also been called an idiot, control freak, Marxist, socialist, a lot of other really horrifying things. But the questioning of my patriotism was quite upsetting. There were people on social media who actually know me, who are acquaintances or even sometimes casual friends with me, and they didn't reach out. They decided to just, slam me on Facebook. So I'm looking forward to council meetings being back in person. I'm sincerely hoping that we can become civil with each other and respectful of each other again. I am going to have more questions, but I want you all to know, too, I spent all day today when I was available to do so. This morning, like before work, I walked the neighborhood looking for people to talk to. I found 4 different people that I could actually ask questions of to get an idea of what the people in Brentwood are thinking, because I know a lot of the people on social media are not from Brentwood. I reached out to people at Somerset. I reached out to people at Trilogy, the veterans group. I spoke to a representative there. I reached out to people I know, some friends at Somerset. I was elected on, one of my campaign things was taking care of people who are older and more vulnerable. So if I did not do that, that would not be appropriate for me. So I did do that. There are still people on both sides of that argument, and people that I spoke with who say one way or the other. So I'm not completely decided yet. I'm still working on it. But I want you to know that I don't think there's a person on this council that hasn't really put some thought into this. But I urge people to please reach out to us. Instead of just assuming we're going to be on the other side of your argument, engage with us, talk with us, allow us the chance to hear what you have to say, because we make better decisions when we've got your input. And then if Mr. Sawyer is available, I would love it if he would address some of those concerns. Thank you.
Mr. Sawyer, are you available to address some of the concerns? And Councilperson Meyer, if you could specify some of those concerns. I know there were a lot, but maybe it would give Mr. Sawyer a target to reply to.
I'm having a coughing fit. Allergies. Is anyone able to answer that question for me instead, please? Anyone who took notes on this? Otherwise, give me a minute.
I mean, just real quick, if you're talking, I mean, I think there's two camps, right? One of us tells us to follow the science, that we're fine on the 15th. And then, but we do have concerns with unvaccinated. And I think we're trying to make the best and safest decision for our community. And while I am not a doctor, there's no way I could do that. There's no way. I was elected to try to make decisions in the best interest of my community. So I want to make the best decision. I know everyone on council does. And so I think that that's what you're asking for, a little bit of clarification on what is the safest thing we can do and where does the science tell us to go, regardless of what the regulations tell us to go.
Well, I think when the CDC has put out allowing people who have been vaccinated to go unmasked outdoors, and they really feel like it's safe for people that have been vaccinated to do that. Also, I believe that that's really going to be some of the stuff that's going to be coming down from CDPH, California Department of Public Health, next week. Is the people who have been vaccinated can basically go about their business as before COVID. They're probably going to continue to recommend to people who have been unvaccinated to wear masks and social distance, and when they can get vaccinated, they recommend that people do get vaccinated. So that's really, I think you can say the science. It depends how you look at the science. I think CDC is basically saying it's safe for vaccinated people to be out unmasked and especially outdoors, even indoors. They're not saying, though, for unvaccinated people, they still should continue preventions and precautions when they're out there. So the science depends on how you want to say the science is. That's based on information that vaccinated people have been determined to be very safe, and at least for as long as the vaccine is still good, and we don't know how long it's going to last. We know it's good for 6 months. It's most likely going to be good for a year. How much farther than that, we don't know that at this time. And they are developing boosters in the future to be able to help us on that too. I hope that answered the question.
Is that what you needed to, Sam? Councilmember Meyer?
That's okay. Yeah, I was just looking at the notes I was taking while people were speaking, and I think that covers it. Can you clarify the whole separating the vaccinated and the unvaccinated for the sake of official? Like, is there a safety in doing that?
Separate them? Well, the vaccinated people aren't going to be a risk to the unvaccinated, and the unvaccinated is going to be a real risk to the vaccinated, since it's very unlikely the vaccinated people catch COVID from them. There are breakthroughs that people do catch it, but it's usually very mild. There have been indications, as mentioned earlier, you indicated there's a person in Napa, and we know of other people who have died from even after getting vaccinated, but they used to have comorbidities to go along with it. They do. All of them so far have. So how much of it's related to COVID and how much it isn't, it's not for sure. COVID may have been a tipping point for them. I don't know that. But again, so it's if you put all the unvaccinated together, it's going to bring all the people who are most vulnerable together, and the spread through that group will be higher.
Okay, and then I'm still sorry, a little choked up, I guess. I did read that 44% of the last in 14 days, 44% of the cases came from East Contra Costa. Do you know if that's accurate?
I think that sounds accurate. Yes.
Okay, that's what throughout the whole county. Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Oh wait, no, I had stuff to say. I was just asked. Sorry, I wasn't done.
Okay, Councilmember Mendoza.
I have to reiterate something that other people said, and I am very disappointed in you, Mayor, for making the comment about celebrating to be proud Americans. I take offense. I am first-generation American, and I'm very happy I'm an American. I thank God every single day because I see what happens around the rest of the world where they do not have our freedoms, and I appreciate them day in and day out. So I am disappointed in you for saying that. I do think that you created a divide in our community that was not necessary. Once I took this role, I have learned to refrain from putting stuff like that out there. I don't think I've said one thing to put you in danger since I came into office because it is a different role and we are seen in a different light. We all make mistakes and we all offer people grace. So I hope it was a mistake and that was not your intention to say that I am not an American and that I am not a proud American if I choose not to vote for a parade, because that's what the message that I was receiving is. So I hope that's not it. The other thing is I am not a doctor, like I said before, but I want to make clear I'm not a doctor, but I take my responsibility of being on council very seriously. And my biggest fear is that something we do will cause a death. And even one death or someone on a ventilator from Brentwood because of something I did, I don't think I could forgive myself. And I don't think there's enough Hail Marys I could say that would make myself feel better about it. So I want people to know it's not, I'm again, like Councilmember Meyer said, people are calling us names. People have called me out personally a lot, and that's fine. That's what happens on social media. But don't get it twisted. It's not because I want to control anyone. It's because I take my job seriously. And the same way you asked me to take my job seriously, when it's a land use issue and you have no problems with it, I'm doing it now. And are you going to agree with me 100% of the time? No, you're not. I don't agree with my husband 100% of the time, and I love him. So you're not going to agree with me 100% of the time. I hope that on the things that we force rank the most important, we agree on, and in our parade will not break us, and that I hope you'll have some understanding. And actually coming in, I was not leaning toward where I thought I was going to lean after my Board of Supervisors call, but I do keep switching back and forth because it's a huge responsibility, and that's what I want to say. I just don't want anyone to think that I am any less American or love my country any less because I would choose or not choose to have a parade.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendoza, and I do want to make something very clear. The response that I put on social media was regarding one individual who had made very dangerous threats and was instigating potentially something that would bring our community and our families in danger. I was replying that what I meant by American, I had outlined the process that our community can reach the city council to participate in the constitutional process of voicing their opinion to the council, which is it's our privilege to hear it, and it's their duty as a concerned citizen to go through the proper channels. I was simply saying, and I want to make this very clear, I don't and never have questioned anyone's patriotism or love for their country or their community. what I was directing that to one specific person, and clearly I did it poorly because it's been misunderstood. But I was saying that the process that people that love their country and are patriotic do is not to circumvent the reasonable way and the reasonable process of how councils work and communities work. And if this individual was in other locations, and I'm not going to get into that, but it was simply directed to the individual, stating the American process was put in place, due process was put in place, and the process for public comment in a council meeting was put in place. And if you want to be a proud American, you will endorse and participate in due process. And that's all I meant by that. I meant no disparaging allusions to anyone. And so if that was taken that way, I do sincerely apologize. It never crossed my mind that it would have been taken that way. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
I apologize. I know it's getting really late over here. It's already midnight, actually, where I'm at, past midnight. And I'm hoping that we could continue to move forward with this. I know that it sounds like a lot has been said. I don't actually go on social media and participate in any of that stuff. I know that my integrity, my family has been attacked by people in the community. And one of the things I've had to learn is just to have thick skin and not to be involved in any type of social media, because it's really bothersome when you've done so much for your community and your integrity and your family's being questioned. So I totally understand where the council members are coming from, but I think, like we all know, that we're going to all have our time, and it sounds like, things are happening out there that are unfair. But yeah, I guess that's the sad thing about social media, and sometimes people using it not for the right reasons. I just want to say, though, is that our people followed the science, and so did our businesses when it came down to not being able to do certain things, not to be able to open the doors. They followed the rules. They followed the guidelines. They did what was asked by them from not only CDC, but the state, and then also the Contra Costa County Health. Everybody's followed the rules. I know there's going to be some extreme changes going on in June 15th. I know that, some of these changes are going to be able to impact some of our communities and our business to be able to do more, but also open the doors and hopefully, be able to obtain their businesses. And when we had stopped everything at one point, we were not in a position to be able to ask them to reopen and not follow science and not follow the county and not follow, the state or CDC. We were actually following the rules and the guidelines. So at that time, when people were upset because we were not opening, different things or doing some, other things like that, I always referred back to the county and I always referred back to the state in regards to what the guidelines were. But those guidelines are changing. And I honestly believe, as a council member, as everybody else has stated, I'm here to do what's right for the community as well. I have two sons that go to school. I want the schools open. It was very hard for my family, but we got through it. We've had graduations, and hearing one of the people speak, over 9,000 people within our communities that were involved in graduations. We have the farmers market. I know everybody likes to downplay the farmers market as much as possible, but I was there this weekend too, this last weekend. There's people standing around, hanging out, talking, and enjoying the day. And we were told at our last meeting, over 2,500 people attend that on a weekly basis for over a year. And it's nothing, I'm not saying anything against the farmers market, but we've been doing this. Regardless if we can control it or not, we've been doing this within our community, right? Car shows, other things that we can't control. So in saying that, is the schools are starting to open up a little bit more for some of their sporting activities, to be able to get the kids to have their families there, to feel a sense of normalcy, but also, a lot of our kids, the social, emotional piece that they haven't had. So I know it's not easy, but also, like, going back to it, our community has followed the rules. and those rules are going to change. I didn't change them. I didn't do anything, but we're being told that if we follow science, that things will change June 15th, where we could have a parade. I know that at the last meeting it was said that there was different cities not having parades, and it is. I know that it was told to us that in Orinda that the parade was not going to happen. Not true. It is going to happen, right? Antioch, the city of Antioch, they're not going to host the parade themselves, but there's outside organizations and groups that are going to host the parade. I think Vicky from Sip and Scoop said it best. You know, if you know her, the integrity and the kind of person that she is, she followed every rule possible, right, that was given to her, where we're going to change the rule. I mean, we're trying to dictate locally what we want to do and not following the county or the state's rules, right? My understanding was CDC's not saying, and Stacy, if you're still there, if you could let us know. I mean, CDC's being brought up a lot. I'm just wondering, is CDC saying there shouldn't be parades? I'm a little bit confused. I mean, I know at the last meeting, and understand what you were saying, it's not saying that parades are not permitted or anything like that. Are you still there, Stacy?
I am, yeah. So Councilmember Rary is correct about the recommendations from the CDC that came out at the end of May. But the guidelines that we follow for all of our programs and events are the enforceable guidelines from the state and from the county. So as Randy mentioned, there is risk obviously involved if you're unvaccinated, for those events, but that's not the enforceable guidelines from the county or the state.
Okay, thank you. And so in saying that, I've been in favor and supportive of this as long as it's after June 15th. I think our city has done a wonderful job. I mean, golly, I don't know how many hours this has taken from Stacy and Parks and Rec staff to put this together. There is one route that I'll be honest with you that I'm not in favor of, and that's going into the community because obviously we're telling people come if you want to, but if we're going into their community, then we're actually going to you without giving you that option. So other than that, I mean, I have to believe in what the state's at, the county, but I also need to believe in our staff. If our staff believes that they could really have this thing be successful and also safe for our community, I mean, law enforcement has come on and I think it's Captain Silva, Commander Silva, has mentioned that he's also able to make sure that they have a safe event. Stacy and her staff has mentioned the same thing. I think sometimes, and this is just good for me, it's what kind of message are we giving to our staff if they're bringing and doing all this work and giving us options, but we're still looking for ways of not having it. I just don't understand. I'm in favor of it. I just honestly, Stacy, for me, when it comes to the route, I think you and your staff should pick it. I think you guys should make the best decision that possible. You have a lot more training and expertise when it comes to parades than I do. As a council member, I know personally in my life, my personal life, I've done a lot of events, so I somewhat know how that goes, but never a parade. So I would never want to tell you this is the way to go. The only one I would say is the one that does go through the community just because of what we're trying not to do. I don't know. We just, like I said, it was graduation with 9,000 people attending in Brentwood, and nothing was spoken about that. And I believe that Superintendent Volta and Superintendent Dana Eaton did the best that they can do in regards to safety, in regards to those graduations. And I think our staff could do the same thing. It's for 4 hours. I think I think it's going to be scaled down. We can't control everything that comes out in our community. I obviously we don't want no violence. We want people to follow the rules and all that. But I mean, if we're going to live in fear and on social media, man, I should have never ran for city council. I mean, people are going to say things and do things, right? And so my whole thing is that if our staff is saying we can control it, there's other events going on in our community. It's for 4 hours. I think 1 hour. Well organized. Say it again?
It's 1 hour.
Okay, so it's even better. It's 1 hour. So my thing is our staff is saying they could do it. I believe in it. I'll be honest with you, it's almost 12:30 in the morning over here in Indiana, and I would love at some point to make a motion and move forward with selecting one of these maps. I'll be willing to make the motion if possible. So, yeah.
Well, Vice Mayor, we're not there yet. We do have.
Oh man. Okay.
If you're finished with your comments at this point, I'll go to
yes, I am, sir.
Councilmember Rary.
You know, Mr. Mayor, you've been playing down your part on that social media post, and the actual post that was made was, if Brentwood isn't going to host the 4th of July parade this year, I say we make our own. Let's shut down the streets of downtown and have our own parades. Let's see them stop us. And while you started off great by saying, if you really want to see this parade, come on down and or send emails to the city council and or participate in the city, and that was all great. But when you went on this way, you get to keep your cars from being impounded and still celebrate the day like proud Americans. And for you to say that it was sideshows when it was just a parade down the street, and we've had those, and police may warn them and say, hey, you know, break this up, but they're not doing anything illegal. And I did talk to the police chief about that earlier today to find out, can they be impounded? I thought, you know, maybe I misunderstood it. So you keep trying to downplay it, but you were riling the crowd up. You, along with a blogger, were just really trying to instigate the people out there, which has now gotten crowds from outside of our area wanting to come to this. And that's a big problem, because they say they're coming whether they make reservations or not. And it's all the way out to Danville and Byron and Oakley and Discovery Bay and even Antioch. So, you know, I do think that staff has gone through and created a nice plan. I do think that the spacing all works. It's what has happened from those posts that have been made by the blogger and by the mayor that has pushed this thing and made it so that it's a bigger deal than it should have been. As it is, less than 2% of our public, of those who live in Brentwood, can actually attend this. Less than 2%, based on the numbers that were given us, and that is at a 1,200 out of 66,000. I'm still debating which way to go, and if the police can tell us that they will be there for the safety of our residents, I think I'm comfortable with this. It's that I'm concerned with, and probably wouldn't have been. I mean, at the end of last meeting, when I asked for it to go out to Pine Street, I even said I'm more comfortable with that, despite everything that I had said earlier about the CDC and so forth. And so, again, as I said, we've had instigators on social media that have now made Brentwood the place to go and kind of protest the parade, or the possibility of the lack of the parade, and they're coming whether they're registered or not. So that's my concern at this point. I think staff has done a phenomenal job in separating it, showing us how it's done. I think it's a great job. I agree with the vice mayor. Let staff pick it out. Let staff say what's the easiest route. I do have problems with it backing up to Guerin all the way down to First Street. Because we do want to keep families and participants so that they're not all crowded, because a lot of these floats and so forth have kids, and they're the ones who aren't vaccinated. So by putting them all into Guerin's parking lot, we are now putting a whole bunch of unvaccinated individuals into a certain area. And so I do have some concern with the ones to FER, so I would defer, ask that we don't even consider anything that goes down to FER. Just ones that go from Birch, and actually maybe that's just the Pine one and the original route would be the only other ones. But so my concern is safety down there.
Councilmember Mendoza.
First, real quick, Mayor Rodriguez, Vice Mayor, I don't mind if people talk about me. It's the 5 of us. I haven't gone online and said anything about you since I got elected. So other people, I can take that. I was just, when it's us, like if I have a problem with you, I'll call you and tell you, right? Like that's just the way I am. If I feel it's that important. So it's not other people. That's fine. I have no problems with that. Okay, forecast of people. Movies in the park get about 3,000 people. Halloween drive-through got 504 cars, 4 people per car, so about 2,000 people. So I do believe we're going to get more than 1,200 people. So I wish we had a plan, like what is the police department going to do when we get a minimum, if we match Halloween, that's 800 people more. If it's something like the concerts, that would be 1,800 people more. And I love parades. I love parades. I love fairs. I went 9 months pregnant 18 years ago to the Corn Fest because I was not going to miss 1 year of Corn Fest. I didn't stay for very long because it was really hot and I was 9 months pregnant, but I went. So I love parades and I want to find a way to do it. I'm just concerned about the safety of staff. We've all seen, people who don't want to wear their masks beat up Starbucks people. They beat up airline people. Everywhere we're seeing the violence. So how are we going to do that with the limited number of police officers we have? I'm concerned about the violence against our people that want to enforce it. The other thing that just came out also regarding the kids, 25% of the people getting hospitalized right now are children. So let's not forget that. So when we do this, just know that if we do something outside, we could be responsible for all of those kids going to the hospital. So I don't feel good about that. Let's talk about graduation. Graduation, I was at graduation Friday night at Heritage High. And if you look at the pictures, everything is super spaced out. Super spaced out, red marks. There was a lot of people there. You can't sit there. You can't sit there. I took my mask off for 2 seconds to eat a walnut. And I got slammed real fast by security. And they said, you are out of here. Well, I have something to lose if I don't stay. I don't see my kid graduate. So everyone followed the rules during graduation. The minute graduation was over, we were told we could not go out on the field. People didn't care. They all bum rushed the field and took off their masks and didn't. I was absolutely in shock. And what I thought about that moment was, this is what it's going to be like at the parade. People are going to bum rush. And security there tried to stop it. They couldn't stop it. So I'm concerned about that. I'm leaning towards a reverse parade. And it's only because Contra Costa, from our health science, said there's a high-risk situation in an area that is close together. That's what he said, with unvaccinated people. We are only at 52.5% vaccinated today. So the majority of that was older people, because I watched the numbers come in. When the older generation could come in, it was high. Like we were getting vaccinations like crazy. Then it slowed down. So the majority of people who are not vaccinated are younger people who probably are going to go to this parade. So that's the first thing. It's only 52.5%. Second thing is we were averaging 2 to 3 cases a day, which I was happy about. The last 7 days, we popped out up to 5.14 cases average per day, a total of 36. So he's right. When he said Brentwood, Antioch, we're bringing the numbers down for the county. He is 100% correct because I see it every single day. And the other thing is, if anyone here is going to participate, you need to be wearing a mask or you need to be vaccinated. And one of the things that I'm sad about is I tell y'all I'm vaccinated all the time. I don't hear the rest of the council support vaccination. Because if we were at 70%, I wouldn't even care. Okay, Karen's vaccinated. So but Suzanne's vaccinated. I don't know if the vice mayor and the mayor are vaccinated. I have no idea, but I would like to know, because if you are, let's support people getting vaccinated so that we can all return to normal without having any conditions and anyone getting sick, or a less of a possibility of people getting sick. And if you go to the parade, are people going to have to show their card to take off their mask? How are we going to do that? In New York, you have to carry your card now. You go to a restaurant and they have a vaccinated, non-vaccinated spot. And to go into a restaurant in a certain area to take off your mask, you have to have your vaccination card. So how are we going to manage that? Those are kind of some questions that I have.
Before I call on the Vice Mayor, I do want to just say some things for consideration. One of the things that Mr. Sawyer did bring up that I thought was a very valid point was that those that are vaccinated are of no risk to each other and no risk to the unvaccinated. And he also stated that the unvaccinated were of no or very little risk to those who were vaccinated. So at this point in time, anyone that shows up that isn't vaccinated is fully aware of the consequences of that decision, basically upon themselves. I highly recommend anyone that is concerned, for any reason, vaccinated or not attend this. But one of the things that we've heard a lot of, and I've talked to a lot of people, every one of us have, and one of the things that has been restated over and over is that there's a component of this that we really haven't talked a lot about, and that's the mental and emotional challenges and struggles that our families have gone through, that they have been waiting in great anticipation for an opportunity to participate in something like this in a safe manner that our staff has laid out very safely. Our police captain has stated that we will have police protection there. We have staff there. I'm absolutely what Councilperson Rary said last week about expanding the route, making it safer. Thought that was a wonderful idea. And I believe that this can be done safely. But I hear you, Councilperson Mendoza, your concern about the health of even one person being compromised. At the same time, we can provide them an opportunity to do this safely, but each person that shows up, the ones that aren't vaccinated are fully aware that they are responsible for their own safety. I would recommend, if you're not vaccinated and you're not social distancing, and everyone we know, everyone is going to be required to wear a mask. I have more confidence in our staff, having watched the staff work before, that we're going to be able to accommodate that situation. But I just want to reiterate what Mr. Sawyer had said. Those that are vaccinated are basically not going to be in danger or of danger, and those that are not vaccinated will not be able to endanger those that are. And so that's just one component that I was concerned about, was whether or not those that have been following all the rules and becoming vaccinated were in danger of those that were not. And Mr. Sawyer made it clear to me that that isn't the case. Vice Mayor, you had your hand up, and then Councilperson Rary.
Yes, Mayor. I just want to go back to a couple of things. The farmers market is not just for Brentwood residents, right? People from all over the area go to the farmers market. So the concern about people coming from Antioch, Pittsburgh, Oakley, Knights, and Byron, and surrounding cities. The other day I met somebody from Mountain House that it comes out here to the Brentwood farmers market. So there's people that attend that from everywhere as well. So even though we have the concern for the parade, it happens on a weekly basis here in Brentwood. Also, the police and our staff, the police I know that as a council, we want them to make sure and make it clear that we're going to be safe in our they're going to do the best that they can. I mean, I've done hundreds and hundreds of events with do the best that you can, and I think the police said it best, right? You expect sometimes the worst, and hopefully that doesn't happen, but you're prepared for whatever's going to happen. They've stated that. I don't know how much more they could tell us that would let us know that they're going to do the best that they can, but we will not know until after the event. I mean, and hopefully we'll learn a lot, but also hopefully it is safe and everything's run correctly. But I just, yeah. So that's all I have to say.
Councilmember Rary?
I'm done, Mayor.
The farmers market, 2,500 people over a 4-hour period. If you break that down, you've got about 600 people an hour. We're looking at doubling that and on this parade route. Again, and they do come from all over for our farmers market, but they're not coming all riled up. They're not coming without reservations. This thing is a reservation-only event. So we may have 1,200 Brentwood residents, and we may have, gosh knows how many more Brentwood residents who are coming out there. And somebody says, well, kids shouldn't come. I don't know if you've been through our 4th of July parade, but that street is lined with kids, not just from the kids' parade. And those you usually see are all piled down towards the community center in City Park is where those are. So all along the parade route, there are kids up and down the street of all ages, and 0 to 12, they can't get vaccines. So, you see families with kids, you see families with kids and the grandparents there, and it's a family event. So saying don't bring kids down there, it's hard to do. The kids want to go down to the 4th of July parade. And as I said, not everybody reads the whole information. Oh, you're going to the parade? Well, what time is it? I want to go too. So the next thing they know, they've talked to their husband and they're down there, not realizing that it's a reservation only. And then pile on all of those who are coming down to make a point that they're coming regardless. That's the part that really bothers me, is that they're coming down regardless. And we only have 2 police officers. We had 2 traffic safety officers. Those are the ones on the motorcycles who will be down there. And, that's a long route. What happens if something happens? That's the part that bothers me. Is again, if we didn't have people out there on social media riling up the public on this, I don't think this would be as big of a problem, but we did. And so now we have people who want to come here and make a point of coming here, regardless. And they've said it. And it's from Danville down all over Far East County. And I got to love how we got people from Virginia and Idaho and Hawaii and North Carolina, and they're all weighing in on our parade as well. So, and even they've said, we moved from Brentwood because we moved from California to this state because, so you know that they are literally in those states. But they had their peace of mind to say as well. So it was a heated topic. I think it's been blown out of proportion. I think if staff had actually come to us ahead of time and discussed this with us instead of and saying, laid out the plan for us, it may have went a lot easier than all of a sudden to be advertising it. I think that was problematic as well, because had they come to us ahead of time, maybe we wouldn't even be having this second meeting on this subject. So, I think we need to have more police presence there. It's going to be tough. It's 4th of July weekend. and we have more police officers out on the streets, which, you know, it's hard for them to then come and monitor and help us at the park.
Captain Silva, if you could, I believe I heard you say that there were going to be more than 2 officers there. Could you clarify that, please?
Can you hear me, Mayor?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I had to be let back on as a panel member so I could respond. But Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'd have to look at the specifics of the plan again. And if the council decides that we are going to have the parade, then we have to make the necessary staffing adjustments if possible.
I believe our plan that we had approved was for 4 officers, 2 motor units and 2 patrol units, and then 2 to 3 explorers.
Thank you. That answered my question. Councilmember Meyer.
My first question is for Stacy. I'm a little bit concerned about, I mean, I actually like the idea of a reverse parade, but I don't know how that's going to go. I'm still deciding. I've been saying from the beginning that I want something to happen, so I'm still working towards that. But my question is, if we were to do a reverse parade, the performers, how many of them are like a stationary float? How many of them where a car would have to stand still and the performers would have to be performing for a lengthy period of time?
So that's a good question at this point. I would have to go back and look at the list, but I'd say about 50% of them are ones that would be performing. And so that's our concern with a reverse parade like this, is that we don't typically get a lot of floats for this parade. So not like the homecoming parades where each of the classes and each of the sports are putting together a float. We get a lot of groups that are walking, a lot of groups that are performing, that are dancing or doing cheerleading bands, things like that. So we've put what we think estimated travel time is for that route for the reverse parade, but I don't know that it's feasible for them to stop in every car to be able to watch a performance while they're driving through. So there are some concerns about that. And, when we did Hometown Halloween in October, we couldn't even get to 20 booths, and that's when no one could leave the house. And so I am concerned that being out in the sun for 4.5, 5 hours, and not really being able to do a full performance, I'm just not sure what they'll be able to look at. At this point, of the registrants we don't have any floats yet. We typically just don't get a lot for this particular parade.
Okay, thank you. My next question is about policy. If we were to go with the parade option, how would we go about trying to increase the police presence, the staffing headcount? I'm not sure who that goes to, but I just want to know what that process would look like. Maybe Tim?
Councilmember Myers, Captain Silva again. Could you repeat the question, please?
My question is, if we do decide to go with an actual traditional parade, how would council go about asking for an increase in headcount for police department?
I think that when it goes to the special event process, that we look at it and we just staff it appropriately based on the anticipated numbers and the size of the route and the event.
So would you also anticipate what we're hearing about people coming and marching on their own or starting car shows or any of these other things that we're hearing about? Would you anticipate those numbers as well?
We have to take that into consideration, and that's a new variable that we've never had to consider before.
Okay, so then in that case, it would be something that the PD actually then would just reevaluate everything and come up with a different plan that wouldn't have to be something that goes to council?
I think that's accurate, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So there are no more questions of staff. We had a long time to discuss this, a lot of thoughts and input. Is there anyone ready to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we support Parks and Recs. I don't have the red, so by moving forward with the parade, for any plan map except for Route 2. Yes. Did I say that correct, Mayor? I'm sorry. I don't have the red one in front of me. I didn't make a copy of that. I'm sorry. Before I came.
If council understands the motion, you said it well enough. We have a first. Do we have a second? Well, I will second it then. We have a first and a second.
Hey, I'm looking up that map right now, so, or if Stacy can put that up on there so that we can see which one it is.
Yeah, it's map number 3. It's the one that goes through the residential area.
I'm not for that one at all.
Yeah, so that's the one I said that I'm okay with any other one except for, and that would be Route 2. Councilmember Rary, yeah, I don't support that one either. So if you could go, Stacy, to Route 2, there you go. That's the one I'm saying for it to be pulled out and for staff to be able to make recommendations for the other ones.
So based on the fact that we currently only have performing groups and the majority of them are probably kids because we get a lot of the dance groups, maybe Stacy can give us an idea of how many of those are adults and how many of them are kids. I'm not comfortable with it going all the way back to Guerin Elementary or to First Street. So a route that would only start at Birch, I'd be comfortable with.
Sure. I think we can actually extend it. We would still have that closure, but not starting the parade route until First and Birch. We could continue, as long as traffic approves it, continue down along Oak Street, maybe right until that corner where the student parking lot ends at Liberty, and add the additional space in there instead of back at the beginning near First and Birch.
Would that cause any problems with people trying to park in and out of that, and possibly kids who are these dancing groups having to maybe fight off cars leaving that parking lot?
At that point, typically we have parking in the Guerin parking lot if we're not going to use that for the parade entries to stage in there. We typically reserve that for parade performers that don't need to bring their vehicles with them. So we have that area over there for them to park and then line up with their groups. Again, it would have to be cleared by traffic, but I think we have a little bit of flexibility in how we can push the start of the parade route to First and Birch and keep it there, and then just try and extend it a little bit further, either there or, maybe going down, I'm not sure, maybe going down 2nd Street. We can certainly, I think, find a route that's a little longer that doesn't start at First and Fur and get that approved by traffic.
Okay.
But wouldn't see, we would have to vote on it without an approved route tonight.
I think we could trust the staff. I think they know what we're trying to do.
I'd like to see the final map.
Well, I think it's going to be similar to the map that's here, but just taken from where Councilmember Rary is saying for it not to start at Guerin School, sorry. Is that correct, Councilmember Rary?
Yeah, starting at Birch there, so Edna Hill, the street that Edna Hill is on is generally where it starts, and then they line up cars between Birch and Fur. But the performers we've had Rotary and Kiwanis and so forth that have been out there, as well as other organizations. And the horse, the dancing horses. Forget what they're called. We've had those as well.
I think you got it right. They're dancing horses. I'll do this in there.
So can I just ask, I'm not comfortable with the route being shortened because one of the reasons I'm feeling a little bit better about it is because the route is longer. So we're keeping it the same length, we're just changing it a little bit? Is that accurate?
Yes, Councilmember Meyer. Yeah, she's saying that we just changed, we'll make it shorter at Guerin, but we'll make it longer in another area to be able to make sure that it's still the same space.
Or we go down to Maple and then come back Second and then over to down Oak. So that adds, so yeah, from there you would just go down Second to Oak and then Oak out towards Liberty parking lot.
Yeah, so
that's what the holiday parade does.
I think that this is where it comes down for us to trust our staff, right? I think that they gave us good maps. I think that, I think Councilmember Rare has made a good point. I think Stacy has noted that, and maybe we could just move forward and they're just going to shorten that area and increase it in another area. But I'd like to make a motion that we support the parade.
Wait, I still have more questions. Sorry, I have questions. So it's starting at 9:30, and so and it's only going to be an hour. It's not going to be more than an hour.
What we had planned right now was an hour to an hour and a half, but typically it depends on the number of entries we get. But typically the hour and a half is including the children's parade. So we do a children's color guard, a children's parade. So I think with the number of entries we have right now, it'd be an hour.
Okay, can we cut it off at 1 hour so that we're not more than an hour? It's from 9:30 to 10:30, like in the morning.
But my thing is that
I'm trying to find something that makes you feel comfortable, Vice Mayor Rodriguez. Like I'm trying to find something where I feel like.
No, I understand, but the thing is, though, Councilmember, is that I'll be honest with you. I was in a parade. I was in a '54 Chevy Bel Air convertible, and it broke down in the middle of the parade. I actually had to jump out in the parade, push the car into the Bank of America driveway. So what I'm saying is there may be glitches of things that might happen.
Sign up people.
That I don't want to be in the middle of a parade and we're asking our staff, okay, it's 10:30,
no, that's not
shut it down.
You're misunderstanding my request. My request is let's only sign up enough people for an hour so that it's from 9:30 to 10:30. Hopefully a little bit safer, like the streets won't be packed. We won't have people driving in from everywhere. I think that might help some. I mean, I don't know how y'all feel about that.
We can certainly limit the number of parade participants.
And registration to Brentwood residents.
Yeah, and parade entrance should only be Brentwood residents for sure.
Well, not the parade entrance, the registration for spots.
But what people would we have in a Brentwood parade that don't live in Brentwood?
The dancing horses.
Yeah, all of them might not be from Brentwood. We're going to have to ID the horses.
I know.
Oh, my God. I'm sorry, but I'll be honest with you guys. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning here. I'm going to fall asleep on you guys. And I'm not trying to rush you, but I think these are things that our staff, hopefully, Stacy, do you understand what's going on? Hopefully you could keep it under in an hour. We can make a motion.
Yes, and just to clarify, is priority registration of Brentwood residents for watching or Brentwood residents only the whole time? Like, do you want us to open it up eventually or just keep it?
Yeah, that's the beauty of our city, right? We let people see how good Brentwood is and they can be able to enjoy our town. I would think it should, if enough people in Brentwood don't register, what's wrong? They come for the farmers market every week. They come for everything else. They should be able to enjoy our, if there's not enough people already registered from Brentwood, I would think.
I like your idea, Stacey, of the 2 weeks.
Okay, yeah, we normally do a week for regular registration, but since it's a bigger event, we could do 2.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry, this leads to other questions. Will you print out your utility bills? Can you just print out something there on their utility bill? Because how are they going to find out? I know there's social media, but...
Find out what?
About registration, because I think you're going to find some misunderstanding, like, oh, I can just show up to a parade. And so how do we, so if we're all feeling good about 1 hour, that route, that Karen Rary and,
I'll be honest.
Vice Mayor, can you turn your camera off?
Yeah, we can't hear you.
You're breaking up.
To support.
You're breaking up. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I am. I'm sorry about that.
Vice Mayor,
I put a motion out there, so I put a motion out there. It was second. We're starting to have another conversation. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning out here, and I already made a motion. It was second, and I'm just wondering if we could continue to move forward with this.
I know.
But it has to be amended.
Florida too. One time, he had no idea I was in Florida, and I did it from Florida, and I sucked it up, buttercup. So that's what I did. So let's just do it.
Yeah, but we keep on discussing the same thing over and over. It's like,
if I could, Vice Mayor and Councilmember Mendoza, our city attorney is wanting to break in.
If I could just step in for a second, I think Councilmember Rary just started to say there's a motion on the floor and it's been seconded, but there's been a lot of changes and discussion on that motion. I would recommend before we move forward, the motion be withdrawn and a new motion made to make sure everyone's clear on what is being voted upon at this point. And it would be very helpful, I think, for staff as well, if we'd have more clarity on the specific route. This obviously is a very controversial issue for folks, and it'd be nice that everyone here, tonight knows what they're voting on and knows what to expect, because we don't want to have misunderstandings after the fact. So if that would be possible, it'd be very helpful. I've seen two different maps, so I don't want to jump in on which one we're specifically looking at. I've seen the desire to have this going from 9:30 to 10:30, and then priority to Brentwood residents for signing up. I don't know if there are other conditions you were looking for this. I know there's a thought to give staff as much flexibility as possible, but some of these issues should be discussed tonight, so there's no surprises should this move forward. So I guess to start off with, if the Vice Mayor could withdraw, if you're going to proceed with this, it would probably be easy to withdraw your motion, Mr. Vice Mayor, and the second, and then someone make a new motion, just to make sure everyone's on the same page.
Okay, I withdraw my motion.
I withdraw the second.
Thank you.
So I'll make a motion to start at Birch, head down First Street to Maple, make a right on Maple to to 2nd Street, make a right on 2nd Street, and then a left on Oak, and finish off there at the end of the playground area.
I thought we were going to let the staff make the recommendation of the route. The city attorney just said for us to designate a route.
The only clarification I would give is I would ask Ms. Dempsey does that route cause her concern, or if she thinks it'll cause the city traffic engineer concern. I know he was on earlier. I don't know if he's still on. It would be nice if we could get this resolved tonight, if at all possible, so everyone knows what to expect should this move forward.
Right. I don't know if he's on any longer of the three.
Yes, he is.
Oh, is he? Oh,
I see him on there. And then, okay, so we'll wait to see what he has to say.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So, all of that is doable. My concern is as you come up Maple to 2nd, that would have to be closed in a specific fashion to allow access into and out of the parking structure. My concern with the closure of First at Oak is that will cause us to have to turn traffic away at the intersection of Oak and Brentwood Boulevard. So we will have to shut down that left turn pocket, and we will have to shut down the lane that comes off of Walnut across Brentwood Boulevard, basically Oak Street. The concern being that we can't send traffic into a dead end where there's nowhere to take a U-turn, 1. 2, we really should not send traffic up Oak Street with the intent of then putting them down an alleyway, which is currently under construction and is not intended to handle that kind of volume. However, if that's what the council wants and the council understands the ramifications, I'm fine with that.
From my point of view, I mean, it's something that we do for the holiday parade, and that is right at dinner time. This is, you know, early on a Sunday morning where we may have a lot of people at church. Maybe not, you know, and I don't know. And it's a lot less people than we get for homecoming and the holiday parade.
All very valid points, and I agree that the Sunday morning does allow us a little more flexibility. Like I said, I'm trying to keep everybody happy, which, as you 5 know, is almost impossible. But we can make this work. My only point is I want you all to understand the ramifications. Yes, there will be some detours in effect, specifically at the intersection of Oak and Brentwood Boulevard, which, yes, on a Sunday morning is far less busy than in a normal day. So as long as we are all of the understanding that that's what's going to happen to make it work correctly, I think we're all on the same page.
Yeah, I think Sunday morning, I feel comfortable with it. A lot less traffic, early in the morning, a lot less people out.
So I'll finish the motion and also to have Brentwood residents have a priority for the first 2 weeks. Would that leave, what, 1 more week?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll take us, I would say, probably a couple days to get registration open. Just to get everything programmed in the system, we have to go out and measure all of the areas, figure out what the capacity is for each of the viewing sections. But I would say if we can get registration open by the 14th, we can do 2 weeks of resident registration and then begin non-resident registration on the 28th.
Okay. So we've got the map, we've got the 2 week, and was there one more? And increased police presence.
Oh, and the 1 hour.
Oh, and the 1 hour. So that's my motion.
We have a first.
I'll second it.
Second. Could I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
This is Vice Mayor Rodriguez. It's about almost, it's 1 o'clock in the morning over here, so I'm going to let you guys go, and I'll be at the next meeting.
Okay. Be safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
At this time, we will move into item F1. The formation of a hybrid redistricting commission and determination of a commission member selection process. I'll turn it to Damian Brower, our city attorney, to present on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item today follows your meeting of April 27th, where you directed staff to come back with options to appoint a hybrid commission for the city's upcoming redistricting efforts. As you're aware, following the receipt of the 2020 census data, California cities with electoral districts are required to update or redistrict their boundaries based on the new population numbers. The process occurs every 10 years, and for Brentwood, it has to be completed by April 17th, 2022. Next slide, please. Regarding the specific topics of tonight's item, we're going to cover several of them. I'll go as quickly as I can because I know we're into 10 o'clock now and you have a rest of the agenda to go. First, we'll briefly review hybrid commissions, just to recap what we talked about last time, very, very short. Then we'll turn our attention to several questions for consideration. How many members to have on the commission, whether to have alternate members, what membership criteria you may want to have for the members. You've already suggested, or you already have asked, that each district be represented on the commission. Do you want registered voters to be commission members? Any other criteria you might have. And then we'll turn to the method of selection of the commissioners themselves. Who selects the commissioners? We provided several options for the council's consideration: a panel of retired judges, a single retired judge, a random draw with interviews, or a commission chair with interviews with a random draw. After that, there will be time for your questions, public comment, and then your discussion and direction. Next slide, please. The hybrid commission model. There we go, Margaret. I think you switched between slideshows. Well, maybe not. Margaret, that might be the slideshow we did on the 27th.
Okay. Stand by for just a moment.
The beginnings are both the same, I believe, so same picture, so I could see the confusion.
It'll just take me just a second.
All right, I'm going to talk a little bit on the recap slide just so we can keep this moving. The hybrid model that you selected creates an independent body to run the redistricting process. As we'll discuss in a few minutes, you don't appoint the members of the hybrid commission. That's per state law, but you do decide how the members are selected. Regarding commission members, unlike the advisory commission, which was one of your options last time, state law places a number of restrictions on who can serve on the commission and what they can do or not do after serving on the commission. There we go. I'm on the recap slide, Margaret. Perfect. Thank you. The list of things that they can do and can't do are quite lengthy, and it's in your staff report as attachment C. I went through the list in great detail at the April council meeting. I won't do it again tonight, but it's in there if you want to see some of those restrictions. The hybrid commission will hold all the required hearings and any additional meetings that need to be held or they want to have held in the process, with no city council involvement during that process. Where you do get involved is at the very end. The commission will submit 2 or more district boundary maps for you to consider, and then you must select one of those 2 without modifying it. Or it could be 3 or 4, but you only can select one of them and you cannot change it. And so that's the commission process that we're going to be undertaking. Next slide, please. So along with the state requirements for commission membership, which, as I indicated, are in attachment C, I believe, you may impose additional qualifications and restrictions. For example, as I indicated, you've already asked that each district have a representative on the hybrid commission. In addition, regarding commission size, staff would recommend that the size not exceed 7 members. That means you have 1 member from each district and then either 1 additional member at large from any one of the districts or 3 additional members at large from any one of the 4 districts. And the reason for this is given Brentwood's population size, so many of the restrictions that are on this commission versus the other ones you appoint, as well as the prior challenges that the city has had with recruiting commissioners for commissions that are very well known, planning, parks, arts. We are very concerned of our ability to get a sufficient number of qualified members. I think we'll get a number of people applying, hopefully, but we don't know about the qualifications. In addition, the larger the commission, the more challenges to efficiency that could occur during commission meetings. And that could impact, in a negative way, our ability to meet the April 17th, 2022 deadline. So those are the reasons why staff is recommending a commission of no more than 7 members for this hybrid commission. Some were either 5 or 7 members. Turning to the question of alternates, you may wish to authorize the selection of a number of people who would be willing to serve if one of the appointed commissioners is unable to serve. They'd be expected to attend all of the commission meetings, or if they can't, watch the video if those videos are available. And unless they're selected to be a commissioner or someone has to step away, they wouldn't participate in commission meetings during their discussions, nor would they vote on commission items, but they would be there should a commissioner need to resign or not be able to fulfill their duties. If you wish to include alternates, staff would recommend 2. That's not none of our recommendations are set in stone tonight. I should have prefaced that. You could have more, you could have less. We recommend 2, but if you can do a different number. And then finally, regarding criteria besides the state criteria that we have, and your criteria of asking that each member, at least you have 1 member from each district, staff would also recommend that registered voters be members, that when they submit their application, it's clear that they're a registered voter. And you may have others that you want to discuss tonight. Next slide, please. Now, turning to the member selection options, the first one we're going to look at, and just to preface this is not in any particular order. These are just the order that's come up. Staff does not have a specific recommendation for any one of these, and you could come up with one that we haven't thought of that we can discuss. But for our first item, it's a panel of retired judges, and under this option, the city would either enter into an agreement with a mediation consulting service, or solicit the names of judges, retired judges who are interested in serving on a commission of this type. If we go with the mediation consulting service, that service would provide us with 3 names of judges who would like to serve, and we just take those and they become the selection body. If the city solicits judges directly, we would take the number that we get of the retired judges, put their names in a hat, and pick 3 out, just a random draw of who they might be. Regarding the actual selection process of commission members under this process with a panel of retired judges, and this first part will apply for all of the items we're going to be talking about. The city clerk would receive the applications after a recruitment period, and then her office and my office would pre-screen the applications based on state law and the criteria that you set up. And then once that list has been generated, then the 3-judge panel would interview the folks selected and then select the folks pre-screen and then select from those the number of commissioners that are needed. And if applicable, alternates. And with all of these, there are going to be pros and cons on moving forward with one or the other. And I'll go through those quickly. The pros for this one, likely it's the most impartial of the options. There's little opportunity for perception of bias because the council does not choose the judges, nor do you choose the commission members. And the judges are likely not going to be residents of the city who have interactions with the people applying. Unlike the random method, if it's just totally random, this process does allow some pre-screening of all the applicants beyond just you get the pre-screening plus you get an additional level of screening rather than just a random draw. Some of the cons associated with this one, it would likely require additional funding to compensate the judges for their services. In addition, some judges, could be perceived as having a particular point of view, a political point of view, based on their past rulings or other professional activities. And so that just, given their service and their record, there could be some concerns about that. The next slide, please, Margaret. The next option is one that we just learned about last week. I had attended a webinar put on by the county, and one of the speakers was from the West Contra Costa School District, who just recently created a 7-person independent commission. The requirements are the same for independent or hybrid, so it's the same process. And the individual who spoke about their commission indicated that to assist them in selecting commission members, retired United States District Judge Stelton Henderson volunteered to review the applications for the district and make the selections. Our special counsel contacted Judge Henderson, and he agreed, if requested, to do the same service for Brentwood and help us with the appointments in the same way he assisted the district. Under this option, after the applications have been received and pre-screened, Judge Henderson would review them, and he would then select the commission members and, if applicable, alternates as well. The pros of this is it certainly promotes impartiality because Judge Henderson is not a Brentwood resident and the council has no connection with him. Unlike the random method, also the process allows for additional screening beyond just the pre-screening. It's the most expedient of the options because the members selected would be selected from their applications alone. They would not be interviewed. And so Judge Henderson would review the applications and then select the ones he thought would fit best for this commission. And finally, it's the least costly of the options because Judge Henderson would be volunteering his time and would not seek compensation for this service. The cons that are associated with this one, he would be selecting the commissioners based on their applications. So there would not be an interview process for the potential commissioners. And like any other judge, like the panel we just discussed, he could be perceived as having a political point of view based on his past rulings or his other professional activities. So those would be the pros and cons of that option. Next slide, please, Margaret. The next option would be a random draw / member interviews. And under this option, after the applicants have been received and pre-screened, the applications have been received and pre-screened, the qualified applicants would be sorted by their electoral district. So everyone from District 1 would be in one pot, everyone from District 2 in another, et cetera. The city clerk would then randomly draw one name from each one of the district pots, and then the remaining names would be put in a larger group, and one person would be drawn from that. You'd have 5 members then who would then interview and choose an additional 2 commissioners and the alternates if you would like to do alternates. The pros for this one, it's likely a lower cost than using the 3-judge panel. And unlike a purely random method, it does allow for a level of additional screening beyond just the pre-screening. The cons of this method, it would require more meetings than the other options and also more staff time than the other options. It could also result in possible perceptions of bias based on the folks that are being chosen selected by the commission members. And not all members would receive the additional screening. There would be a random component to the process. Next slide, please, Margaret. And the final option is commission chair's random draw. And under this option, again, after the applications have been reviewed, received, and pre-screened, the qualified applicants would be sorted into their respective electoral districts. And then the chairs of the Planning Commission, the Park and Rec Commission, and the Arts Commission would interview and select one member from each district. And then the remaining names would be put into an at-large group, and the city clerk would randomly select the names of the remaining commissioners. And if applicable, again, the alternates for the commission. The pros of this approach, again, it's likely a lower cost than the 3-judge panel. Unlike the purely random method, it would allow additional screening beyond just the pre-screening. In addition, you'd have individuals who know the city and also what commission service entails being part of the process. So they would have some experience in what a commissioner, what makes a good commissioner. On the other hand, some of the cons, it could result in possible perceptions of bias from the commission chairs during the process. And not all members, again, would receive the additional screening because there would be the random draw of either 1 or 2 more members plus alternates. Next slide, please, Margaret. And this is your last slide, I promise. And we're going to move on to the next part. Regarding next steps, you'll soon have the opportunity to ask me questions. We also have on the line Robin Johansson, our special counsel, who's been assisting us throughout this process. After that, take public comments and then council discussion and direction. As a reminder, what we're looking for, the number of commission members, Should the commission include alternate members, and if so, how many? Should they be registered voters at the time of their application? Are there any other selection criteria you might want to use? And then finally, which method you'd like to use to have the commission members selected. The panel of judges, a single judge, a random draw commission interview process, or the existing commissioners, chairs, and a random draw. And there could be a fifth, sixth, or seventh one you might want to do as well, but those would be the options staff is bringing forward at this point. That concludes my reports. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Councilmember
Rary. Let me dig up my questions. So, if the City Council desires to include alternate members, staff would, you said the staff would recommend the selection of maybe 2 alternates. Couldn't that be problematic if one of the commissioners from a district resigns and there isn't an alternate to fill that district?
That is a risk you'd be taking. And part of, in addition, is you may not get enough applicants from a particular district. And so you may be left with having to pick someone from a different district. Ideally, it would be set up where if you'd have enough applicants from different districts that qualify, and if someone from District 3 can't be on the commission anymore, you're able to pull an alternate from District 3. But it might not happen depending on how many people apply and how many people qualify to be commissioners. So there could be more alternates if you'd like. There's nothing, as I said, there's nothing magical about the number 2. We were trying to also think that these alternates would be sitting through the meetings and would not be able to participate in them, and that is a time commitment. That they may never be able to vote on a map, but they're still part of the process, and so we're trying to respect their time as well.
Okay. And how come the commissioners can have as many meetings as they want to?
Because this is independent of you. You have no control over this commission other than the selection of one of the maps that they give you. That is in approving a commission like this, you are abdicating is a little bit of a strong word, but you're really giving up your authority on these maps, and you're giving it to another body, and you have no say in what they do other than picking one of the maps that they select. And so if they want to have 30 meetings and we can fit it in the schedule, they can have 30 meetings. And it can get awful expensive because you'll have staff there, you'll have Ms. Johansson there, and you may have our demographer there. But they could do that, and some cities, I think they've experienced that, where these commissions have done more than anyone expected.
Okay. But they have to have the minimum of, what, was it 4 meetings?
Yes, it's 4 meetings. One public hearing required before the maps are considered, and then 3 after the maps are considered. One of those 4 has to be on a Saturday or after hours.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Member Mendoza.
Let's say we want to do the random, or let's say we want to do the judge that's being kind and doing this volunteering. And let's say we only get like 1 for District 1. Can we just, if they meet the minimum qualifications, we just choose that person? Because what would be the point of the judge reviewing it if we really want 1 from each district and they meet the minimum qualifications?
I think the thought is that you're going to get more than 1 from each district, and you'd want someone to screen those applications. Obviously, if you have only 1 person from District 1, then it makes the judge's job. If you use the judge, it makes his job much easier because he's going to say, this is your person, unless there's something on that resume or that application that is just a red flag that causes such concern. He says, I can't recommend this person, which is a possibility.
And maybe I missed it, but what would be a criteria? I guess if I'm looking at it, what would be like a red flag if I'm like a registered voter and I haven't ran and I haven't donated and, you know, all those things that I have to be able to be on this commission, what would be a red flag that you're like, yeah, we don't want this person on this commission?
I can't think of something off the top of my head. Perhaps they've listed an organization that doesn't believe in elections, or has some you know, fundamental disagreement with the electoral process or district elections. That might not be the best person to appoint to the commission because their fundamental beliefs are contrary to what they're supposed to be doing. And that's that's a made-up example, but I don't know, Robin, if you had any examples that you might be able to give. That's the one I'd come up with. Robin, you're on mute.
Love that
Sorry
line.
about that. It's been a long night for all of you. No, I think that the only issue would be beyond the sort of thing that Damian just mentioned would be if, for example, with that kind of interview process, if it were a single judge, Judge Henderson is a very busy man right now, and so he does not feel he could do interviews, and we would have to make sure that, you know, he could actually do the selection process in the time period that we need to get it done, which I haven't checked with him. But let's assume that he is able to do that for us. The applications would have to have a little bit more on them than just, you know, do you meet the state requirements? It would have to be, why do you want to do this? And if it was clear from the answer that was on the application that the person had a very strong bias one way or another, or simply was just very, as Damian said, anti-election, I think Judge Henderson or anyone else would have to say, you know, this isn't going to be a good fit.
Okay, so that is a good layer of security that we don't have if we pick them out of a hat kind of thing.
That's
okay.
correct. That's correct. Can I just
Thank
ask
you.
a follow-up on that? Is there a standard application that we add to? Or is this all of these things and we can create anything else that we want for that?
We are working off, as we've talked about in our last meeting, there are other cities that are going through this process. You've been given a list of other cities as one of the attachments to the staff report. And we've been able to contact some of them for sample applications. And we'd be working off of that. And much of it is following what the state criteria lists right now. So, you know, have you contributed a certain amount of money to a candidate? Have you run for office? And if you check a box that says yes, well, you're not going to be able to move forward in the process. In addition, we would be adding things such as, if the council agrees, are you a registered voter in the city of Brentwood? What district do you live in? And so those would be things that we'd put. We would also likely put, why do you want to be a part of this? This commission. What experiences do you bring to it? Some questions to flesh out the candidates. So there would be additional questions there, but they wouldn't be questions that if they answer them, you know, if they say X, there's not an X, Y answer. It's just to give more flavor to who they are, to help the decision makers. And even if it's not Judge Henderson, even if it's a panel of judges, or if it's one of the other processes, you want, as you do when you interview commissioners, you want to know what their background is and why they want to do this. What makes this important to them?
So a resume, and also, with it, in addition to those, or no resume?
They could. I think it would probably say the resume is optional, because not everyone has a resume, and it's not fair to them to have to create one. I don't believe. But if they want to submit one, I don't think they're not going to be, you know, disadvantaged by doing that. And if they want to submit supplemental materials, they can do that as well. But they need to at least fill out the application and make sure that is complete.
Councilmember Mendoza. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. This is actually one of those times I can say my questions have been answered. I usually can't say that, but I have a little bit more of a clarification. And by the way, Robin, thank you very much for joining us tonight. And Amy, and you as well, and thank you both for being so patient through that long discussion and vote we just got through. We really appreciate that you stuck with us. One of the things I wanted some clarification on, because I was going to ask the application part of it, but I would like to say that like the application, if we do get samples, that we can just supplement and design around what we're talking about as far as what our restrictions would be, et cetera, that we put somewhere on there an incomplete application is an automatic disqualification. And I think if we're looking at the number of meetings being an excessive cost, if they get up really high, can we, I know we can't limit the meetings, but can we say, please understand that meetings are, like additional meetings or excessive meetings are not, do you know what I'm saying? Like give some kind of difference about that cost.
Of course.
Okay. And then the last thing was, you've mentioned the 4 names picked out of hats and then the rest of them going through some kind of a process or whatever. Why, maybe I missed this, why can we not pick 2 from each hat?
There's nothing that precludes you from doing that, but if you do pick 2 from each hat, that would make a 8-person commission, and then you would have to have one at-large person. You don't have the tie votes, and then you'd have a 9-person commission.
That's true. Good point.
Staff was really hoping we could have a smaller number than 9. But again,
okay.
this is your call. If you want to have 9 people, we will work through those issues. But there will be some challenges with that.
Yeah. Okay. I see your point. Okay. Thank you.
Damien, I do have a couple of questions. You mentioned earlier that the alternates would be required to attend the meetings, but I read in the staff report that they also could potentially watch the meetings later.
Exactly, Mr. Mayor, and I thought I said that in my presentation as well, that they don't. If these meetings are streamed as yours are, they don't. I don't believe they have to sit there and watch them live, but they should, especially the public hearings. They need to be able to say they've watched those meetings, because if they're chosen as a commissioner, they need to have the same information to make their decisions as all the other commissioners that were commissioners, and not alternates. But no, they could listen to the tapes. The only sort of qualifier I put in there is I could see a commission wanting to meet out in the community at outside of the council chamber, outside of a meeting like this, where it might be harder for us technology-wise to be able to stream it, or where they could watch it again. It's not impossible, but I don't know enough about the technology to know how that would work. But for the most part, we'd want to have the meetings where not only the commission, but the public as well, if they wanted to watch it after the fact, they could do so.
Would it be acceptable if the video technology was too much of a challenge to, would an audio recording suffice to that? I know it's not ideal, but...
It's not ideal. We could provide them with the maps that they might not be able to see from the video, but as long as they could hear what was said from not only the other commissioners, but from the public, that's the key part, is you want to get as much public input as possible as part of this process, and you want to make sure that they are all hearing the same information, similar to what you have when you have your public hearings.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Meyer?
Could I have a clarification on that? If you provided them with the map, couldn't that, and if they're not quite sure which map they're talking about in the discussion of just an audio?
We would...
they would have the map there in front of them, but if something is brought up and they said, let's move this over here, and the demographer is changing something, and how do you know what they're changing at the time if you don't have a visual of it?
Ideally, we would have the maps numbered, so we know specifically what map they're talking about, and it would be incumbent upon staff and our demographer and Robin and myself to make sure that those discussions are clear if someone's listening to it. Ideally, we have them streamed, or we have the video. That is the ideal. But I could envision the commission wanting to meet. Maybe it's not one of the formal hearings, but they might want to have community meetings where you can't video stream it, just given the technology. But those meetings would be more taking input, just in general. It wouldn't be one of the required hearings, let's say.
Councilmember Meyer?
Can we mandate that commissioners don't interact with council members about what's happening? I mean, I know there's Brown Act that prevents them from talking to each other more than a certain number, but can we say we would rather they did not speak with, or we don't want them to speak with council members about what's happening?
We can say that. It becomes a little bit more difficult because as council members, you have certain responsibilities, but you're also residents of the city of Brentwood. And so it's hard. The example I give is if one of you has a conflict of interest and you have to recuse yourself from an item, you don't lose the ability to speak on that item as a private individual. And so you'd leave the dais, you'd go to the podium, and you'd say your piece, and then you'd leave the room. And so similarly, I think you would have a right to talk with them. I would strongly advise against that, just for the appearance sake, and we could strongly encourage the commission members not to do that. But I'd want to think long and hard about our ability to prohibit them expressly about it. And it's a question I haven't looked at, Councilmember Meyer. So I don't want to say it's totally impossible, but I would have some concerns about that because it starts to take away from your ability as private citizens to do things. My recommendation is you do not do that, and you wait for the process to work itself out and look at the maps when they're given to you.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Could we still speak as like during public comment? Like, so maybe I don't, if we feel strongly about something, not speak to them, but maybe speak from a public comment perspective.
I have not staffed a hybrid commission before, so this is me thinking about the issue right now. I think you could speak as a private citizen representing yourself, no one else. You're not representing neighbors, you're not representing your neighborhood or your district, you're representing yourself at your address. This is my feelings on it. Is that the best idea? I think there'd be some challenges there because this is supposed to be an independent body, and I think some could suggest that by you speaking there, you're trying to influence that body. And I think there could be some, might be able to do it. The appearance might cause others concern if you did do that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get, because I understand where Councilmember Meyer's coming from, and it's not direct gerrymandering, but if we were to pressure commissioners to draw certain maps, it's doing it without doing it. And I think that might be the concern. So I think, I mean, as a council, I think we might just want to, I mean, that could be our decision if we decide that we publicly want to say that we will have no interaction with the commission. That might make people more comfortable. I don't know.
And
I think if the council feels that way, I think you could develop a policy that indicates that you will commit not to talking with commissioners about commission business. You know, I wouldn't want you to not be able to talk to them about other things. They could be members of the city where you interact, but that you'll commit not to talk about what they're doing, and you wait for the process to work itself out and vote on the maps when they come before you.
I would be very interested in that process as well. By not doing that, we absolutely undermine the whole intent and the whole process that we're moving forward with this now. So I completely agree.
We can certainly, as part of this, come back to you. I'd like to look into a little bit more, talk offline with Robin on what that might look like. But I think we could probably develop just a council norms or council, protocols when it comes to this commission. And some of it's based on state law, but a lot of it is just, what you're comfortable with and what you're not comfortable with and what you'd like to see. And I think that could be one of them. And I don't think it's terribly complicated.
Okay, thank you. If there are no more questions of staff clarifying questions at this time, then we will move into public comments. Margaret, I'll turn it to you.
Just give me a second to share my timer screen. I received 0 written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after your timer has expired. I have 2 attendees with their hands raised. I'll first call on Rod, followed by Carolina Villaseca. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Yeah, I don't have prepared comments on this item tonight. I feel very strongly about the Redistricting Commission. I've made my feelings known pretty well about what was, in my estimation, I think in most common people's estimation, was a very corrupt process last time around. And so if I want to hear anything, it's about the things like Member Meyer brought up. How do we avoid any hint of corruption, and acknowledging that even with a commission, people can be influenced or just help their friends, which is what a lot of developer shenanigans turns out to be, is guys, they just think they're okay, and it's okay for them to do whatever they want, and they just do it. So having said that, the single judge, I don't know anything about the man, but it frightens me. I mean, everybody was kind of on board with selecting Dolter for Planning Commission on the strength of his experience and his qualifications on paper, and he's turned out to be a nightmare. So it's really hard. I almost would rather see you draw the names out of a hat, but even there, I don't think there's going to be any shortage of people wanting to do this. I think there's going to be a ton of people who have developer connections who will certainly apply. And I can assure you that I'll be out there encouraging members of the community to apply. I'm not myself eligible due to political contributions, but I certainly want people to have a hand in this. We had maybe 3 people show up last time, so we'll be promoting it. And again, just whatever you can do to make it as hard as possible for this process to be corrupted is what I would most appreciate. And again, I think the random selection has a lot of advantages in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina.
Ooh, sorry. My mouse was going crazy. I'm like, unmute. Yeah, so I agree with Rod. I think that the application process actually needs to ask the question that he brought up. If people have connections to builders, direct or indirect. I think that's truly important based on the fact that Brentwood only has 20% left to build out, and this commission will draw the lines that will determine how that happens. The other thing is, I'm not sure how you pick people, but the qualifications have to be really clear, and I'm hoping it'll be more than just a resident of Brentwood and a registered voter, and no ties to builders, and well publicized so that you get people to apply. The other thing is that Mr. Damien and the other lady whose name, of course, I've forgotten because it's almost 11 o'clock, would need to also lay out very clearly from a legal standpoint what would be a conflict and what would not be a conflict. So, for example, let's say I get chosen for the commission. Would I be able to call into city council meetings like I'm doing right now and speak on the agenda? Because it sounds like the other way around would not work. City council members calling into the meeting for the redistricting wouldn't work. But would I, as a member of that redistricting committee, be able to call into city council meetings and give opinion? So, a lot of things to think through. Would I be able, for example, if I see Mayor Joel at one of the bars downtown, would we be able to just chat, as long as we don't chat, about the redistricting? Clarify what is allowed and what is not allowed to make sure that everybody who sits on that commission has a clear understanding of what their job is, what they're allowed to do, and what they're not allowed to do. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Susan Wallace, followed by Donald Smith. Ms. Wallace, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Awesome. The previous two speakers mentioned repeatedly the role that developers would play in this and your interest in development. That concerns me because this isn't about development. This is about voting and how our votes will be counted and how we elect people. And the fact that that is a key issue and that they are going to be encouraging people to apply kind of stacks the deck. And I, as a resident of Brentwood, would much prefer an unbiased judge or panel of judges pick anybody than a panel chosen at any remove, Parks and Rec people, interviews. No, that's going to be so biased and so agenda-driven. Get a judge who doesn't know us and get them to pick some people. That's what I think. Thank you.
Thank you. The final speaker I have with their hand raised is Donald Smith. Mr. Smith, go ahead.
Well, it's not Mr. Smith, but it's Linda Smith. But I can't figure out how to change the name. I like the idea of the judge. I agree with what the person's just said, that a non-biased judge. I did look him up, and he's well respected, and he's willing to do it. So that would be my take. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no additional people with their hands raised?
So then at this time, we will close public comments and move to council discussion. We would like to start it off. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Can you just clarify the process at this point? Are we, what decisions are being made tonight versus what has to come back to us? For example, the application. We don't need to decide what exactly is on that tonight. We're just deciding process.
Ideally, when we're done with tonight, staff could start moving forward and doing the recruitment. That would be the ideal outcome of tonight, where you have, you let us know how many commission members you'd like to see. You let us know if you'd like alternates, if so, how many. If there are any criteria you'd like to have on the commissioner, such as being registered voters. You've already said you'd like one from each district. And then which selection process. From there, staff will take that information, finalize the application, and start the recruitment process. I believe our schedule has us, I think we're shooting for August to have the commission appointed, trained. One of the speakers asked some questions about if they served on the commission. Could they still appear before council and make public comments? Yes, it doesn't take away their right to speak to you on issues. Preferably, they're not talking about commission business because that should be authorized by the commission itself. But if they have issues, want to talk about a parade, they can do that. They don't lose that ability. In addition, commissioners are required to follow the Brown Act, just as you're required to follow it. So they'll be given Brown Act training. They have to submit a Form 700 as you submit Form 700. And for the public, that is a statement of economic interest that council members and staff have that they're required to submit every year. Commissioners have to do the same thing. They're subject to all the same state conflict of interest laws as well. So when I say they're independent, they're like you. They have following many of the same rules. And so it's a long way of me saying they need to be trained as well. So we're hoping to get all this in place. When we get the census numbers, we can hit the ground running and we can start having the public hearings, because April 17th is going to get here a lot quicker than anyone wants. And we have to also keep in mind, when their public hearings are done and they decide on a map, you still have to, consider it. So we have to build that into the schedule as well, that you have a meeting that you have to have. So it's gonna go quick.
Okay, thank you.
Member Rary.
So I'm just going to go down my list. I think we should go with 4 with an alternate. If we're going to get up to 2 from each district and an alternate, I think this is where we're going to end up with even more meetings, because trying to get 9 people to decide on a map is may not be an easy task. So that means that we're going to be spending more money because 9 people need to come together. I would like to see 4 alternates if possible, 1 from each district if possible. I'd like to see the single judge make the decision on this. I think that not having anybody where any bias can be determined, be thought that oh, they ended up picking that person because they're friends with them, or because they're going to vote a certain way. So I think by having that judge is the right selection. Definitely having a registered voter. You have to be a registered voter when you submit your application. In Brentwood.
Of course.
Because they could have just moved to Brentwood and they're still registered in, Idaho.
Councilmember Rary, can I ask two clarifying questions just to make sure I understand what you said? The first one with regard to the application and there being a registered voter, how the staff report was written is when they submit their final application, because sometimes we've had people submit something and they don't realize they're a registered voter, or they're not a registered voter in Brentwood. They might not have changed registration. So we were going to give them the opportunity, as long as they meet the final deadline, that they could become a registered voter before, as long as they meet the final deadline. So
okay. I would be open to that.
And then four, 1 from each district, and then you said 1 alternate, but I think you meant 1 at large, correct?
1 at large, and then 4 alternates, 1 from each district if possible, so that we can fill. And again, I mean, we may not get that amount. Let me see, register. The comment about why do you want to be on this commission, I think is a good one, followed with what do you bring to this commission. I did like the incomplete application is disqualified. So that gives them an opportunity that if they didn't finish it, staff, just like the registered voter, could say, hey, you come back to this, as long as they get that into us by the deadline, that would be sufficient. I did like the idea of no ties to builders or developers. Did I cover it all?
I believe you did. I will tell you that last criteria is going to be a difficult one, because I think it's a hard one to measure, is what is considered a tie. They're a personal friend. They work for one. So it's a hard one to measure. And so I want to, Robin, I don't know if you want to add if there are any concerns with from a legal standpoint of putting a condition like that on the applicants.
I would have some concerns about picking one particular segment of the community or of the business community here and saying, that you're persona non grata as far as these commissioners are concerned. So I agree with Damien also about the difficulty of, it's one thing to say I've never contributed to a council member's race, a certain amount, but I think it's a difficult thing to do.
All right. So, and then resume optional.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Hi. I'm going to go down the list. I think 1 from each district plus an at-large. And if we can get the 4 alternates, because yeah, what if one of them drops out? If we can't, you know, I understand that. I'm feeling comfortable with the judge. He doesn't, I don't think he knows any of us. I think he'll just read on paper and figure out what the best candidate is. So one of the things I found interesting when I ran this time is how many people are registered voters but are not active in voting for like years. Can we have a requirement on being an active voter or no? Like in the last, like at least one election? Or no? Is that crossing the line?
I think it starts to cross a little bit of a line. And part of it is I'm not sure how easy it is to get some of that information, and maybe it is an easy thing to do. I don't run for office, so I don't know what you folks look at when you run, but it may narrow your field when we're concerned about getting enough qualified applicants.
Okay.
And so,
just wondering.
Okay.
And
Robin,
then, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
And then maybe I wasn't thinking ties to developers, but I was thinking anyone with active, that works for anyone with active business with the city. Like if you have an application in of any kind, or you're actively doing business with the city, that might be a little weird that then you go on this commission that could then impact the business that you have with the city by districting a certain way. Is there any way we could just, and I'm not talking just builders, I'm just saying in general, is there could we write anything around that? Anyone with active business in the city or employed by someone who has active business in the city?
As I'm hearing that, the concerns that I would have is how do you define active business? Is it someone who is seeking a city contract? Is it someone who has a permit to get a swimming pool? They're doing business with the city.
Right. Has a business in the city.
Or is it someone who's applying for one of our grant programs, our downtown furniture grant or our awning grant or something? Are they precluded? So
no, that's just why I kind of wanted to think about it out loud and see if that's something that could be looked at.
Those are the things that I would respond. Those are the things that I would think of as you say that. It's a very difficult one to measure, and then you start to, again, knock people out that you may want to have on the commission, but because they have some connection, even tangentially, to the city, they can't be on the commission.
Yeah. Okay, something we can think about. And then someone said I know Rod came on and said he was going to encourage people to apply. And someone came on and kind of was not happy about that. I can't remember who it was, but I am hoping to encourage people to apply as much as possible. I would like everyone involved in our local government. Is that a bad thing?
No.
So I can actively encourage people to apply. Okay.
The whole goal of this, and this really dovetails into what a number of you have said over the last several months, is public participation. The more participants in this process, the better. The recent laws, the Fair Maps Act law that was passed for redistricting that has changed our process from last time, its entire goal is to get more public participation. When we're done with this meeting, if we get direction, staff is already working on what that campaign is going to look like. And it's going to be far beyond what we normally do for just a regular city commission. And it's both to get commissioners, but also to get the public input in the process. That's what we really want to have, is once we have the commissioners, is get the public involved to give their ideas. That's the whole purpose of this, is to get the public involved. So, yes, by all means, encourage everyone and anyone to apply.
And I think anyone listening now should go out and encourage everyone to apply.
Yes.
We need people. So, okay, thank you. I think those were all my questions.
Thank you.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. I like the judge. I like this process is coming along, I think, really nicely. I kind of wish we could do 7 instead of 5, But how much extra work would that be? Can you reiterate that? Or what are the cons to having 7 as opposed to 5?
We have a 5-person city council meeting. It is 11 o'clock and you've done 2 agenda items so far. Granted, one of those items...
Yeah, but we like to talk.
Well, but we don't know...
questions.
We don't know who's going to be appointed to the commission. And so it just adds time to the process, and it also potentially makes it more difficult to recruit. We don't know, who we're going to get and how many we're going to get. But,
okay.
And so can you do so? You can, again, these are staff recommendations. If you wanted to do 9, we would work with that. 7 we'd work with. 5, we're used to 5.
Okay. No, that's fair. I just wanted to know what the difference would be. Fair enough.
It would probably be a little less efficient potentially.
Okay.
But we could work through that if you wanted us to.
No, that's okay. Just wanted to ask.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other comments or suggestions? If not, there are 3 options for the motion. Is there someone that would like to state a motion?
I would love to make a motion. I'm not entirely sure what to say. I mean, I know we like the idea of the 1 judge. We like the idea of the 4, 1 from each district and 1 at large with 4 alternates. What else was the application criteria that we've discussed?
It's on the red agenda.
Oh, yeah, I have a red agenda. I should just read that.
Well, I apologize. In trying to be efficient, I didn't put any input, and I want to make sure that I also...
Good point, too.
I also agree. I think that 4, 1 from each with an at-large and 1 alternate from each would be ideal as a minimum. I understand the larger the group, the challenges with that. And I also agree with, so far with all of the list of questions on the application. So having said that, and Council Member Meyer, you do have the floor.
Would it help to summarize what I think the consensus that I've heard so far, as if that would help your motion, Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
I believe you would be looking at, as detailed in the staff report, adopt a resolution approving the formation of a hybrid redistricting commission selected by a retired judge. The commission would consist of 1 member from each district plus 1 at-large member, 4 alternates, 1 from each district, if possible, but I think we should be okay with that. Commission members would be registered voters at the time that they submitted their final application. They would, I think of what else was on there. I don't know how much detail you want to go into the application process. Questions that the council seemed to want to see, why they wanted to serve on the commission, what they brought to the commission. If the application was incomplete, it would be a disqualifying factor for them, and a resume would be optional. And I think those were the items. Robin, did I miss anything from the discussion?
No, I don't think so. I think I have mentioned to you, Damien, I think saying a retired judge gives us a little bit of flexibility in case Judge Henderson is not available to do it according to whatever schedule the city needs. So a retired judge, if you would give us the discretion, we would start with Judge Henderson, and then if he's not available, if you would give us the discretion to have someone else, we'd appreciate it.
My only question on that is could we make it not a Brentwood resident, a retired?
Oh yes, I think that would be
county even for that matter.
Yeah, we could. That can certainly be done.
We could certainly do that.
Okay. In that case, I would like to repeat what you just said. but I don't have a photographic memory, and I would just love to say what he said.
I think was that a second, Councilmember Rary?
That was a second, but so moved is what he had said. So
yes, so moved.
And
Councilmember Rary.
And I'm seconding it.
If you don't mind, if I could ask our city clerk just to make sure she understood everything that was said and feels she can come up with the final resolution.
I believe I've got everything on there, and I will get a final resolution together with that.
And so I'm sorry, can we confirm that we did add that extra part about the not being a Brentwood or East County judge?
Yes, that was part of the motion, and that was part of it. I understood it. And the resolution you have in your packet, just to clarify, this particular option had either the retired judge or the judge panel. So the final resolution that's signed will be a little bit different because we're going to populate it with the facts that were raised tonight. But we'll get a copy out to you all once it's finalized.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
We have a first and a second. Margaret, could I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
And let the record reflect that Vice Mayor Rodriguez is absent, and the motion carries 4-0 with Vice Mayor Rodriguez absent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So at this time, I'm going to ask the council, would you prefer to skip over our informational reports until our next meeting and combine those for the sake of time, or would you like to do those tonight?
How about we just submit them to the clerk?
Okay. Is full council okay with that? Okay, then that's what we'll do. Thank you, Council. Rary, at this time, yes, I'm sorry.
Wait. So vaccination clinic, there'll be a Kaiser one. If you need information, it'll be on Friday. Call me. That's all I was going to say.
Thank you. At this time, we will move into the consent calendar. Do I have a motion for the consent calendar?
Motion to adopt consent calendar. I guess that's all I need, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez absent.
Okay, we will move now into public hearings. Item E1, an application for a general plan amendment GPA 21-001 to change the land use designation of a vacant 4.375 acre parcel from park to public facility. And Alexis Morris and Eric Nolthenius. Eric Nolthenius will provide the staff report, and I'll turn it to you, Eric.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Can you hear me, and can you see the shared screen there?
Yes to both.
Great. So this is a city-initiated general plan amendment to change the land use designation of an undeveloped parcel from park to public facility. It's a 4.375 acre parcel. It's shown outlined in yellow on the screen. It's a recent aerial photograph of the project site surrounding area. It's located directly south of Amber Lane, west of Empire Avenue, north of the East Bay Mud Trail, and east of Pioneer Elementary School. The parcel is currently designated by the general plan land use map as a future public park site that would tie into Pioneer Elementary School. In the early 2000s, the city acquired a 1 acre parcel on Shady Willow Lane, not far from the project site, just across from Pioneer Elementary School, to develop a future fire station in coordination with the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District. The city and the district recently agreed that the new station should instead be built on this larger parcel, and the council adopted a resolution at its March 23rd meeting approving the purchase and sale of the parcel to the district. This will allow the district to own, operate, and maintain its own facilities, as well as plan, design, and construct any future planned facilities. The city anticipates that the district will not only build its new station on the site, but its administrative facilities as well. The general plan amendment is identified in the purchase and sale agreement as a necessary step, since the current land use designation of park would not facilitate development of the parcel as proposed by the district. If the council approves the general plan amendment and the sale of the parcel to the district is completed, the district will need to file a conditional use permit and design review application with the city. This will also include a detailed review of potential environmental impacts pursuant to CEQA. The Planning Commission considered the general plan amendment at its May 18th meeting and recommended that it be approved by the council. That concludes my presentation at this time. I'll turn it back to the mayor for any questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Hi, Eric, I just have a resident did call and had some questions yesterday, and they were good questions. He's concerned about losing parkland in Brentwood. Do we have replacement parklands for those lost 4.73 acres anywhere else?
Yeah, that is a good question. I'm not really prepared to answer that at this time, so I don't know if our Director of Parks and Recreation, Bruce Mulder, might be able to answer that, or if anybody else might be able to.
We have parkland coming in PA1.
PA1? Mm-hmm. Do we know if it's going to be comparable? And I love it that you were on Parks and Rec speaking about. Do we know if it's comparable to this area? And does it still keep us at the right ratio, right? Because is there a ratio of residents to parkland? Is our ratio still going to be consistent with our general plan by removing these 4.73 acres and adding the PA1?
Yeah, and again, I can't address that specifically. Councilmember Rary is correct that there will be parkland in PA1 that's developed commensurate as development comes in. The ratio is essentially 5 acres per 1,000 residents. So as you generate development and population ensues, the parkland is basically calculated accordingly. So it's hard to say exactly how many acres of parkland will be in PA1 ultimately, because it depends on the number of units that are actually built out there. It'll primarily be multifamily, obviously, but again, as for this site and the trade-off losing the 4 acres, I don't have a specific answer for other locations.
Yeah, and I know we need the firehouse. I have no problem with the firehouse, but if there's any way we can get an updated report on what our park acreage is as it stands today versus residents today, and then what we have on the horizon, just to make sure that we don't lose sight of that ratio and we don't fall behind, because we are taking away a really, really big piece of land in, parkland, and they have the right to be upset. They moved in there. He looked at the general plan. It was parked. He's in his full right to be upset about it. So let's just give him an update on where we are and where we think we're going. If that's possible, that would be great.
And just to clarify, are you speaking of updating that resident in particular, or just coming back to the council with an update, or?
I think I would like to update the resident. I don't know if anyone else, I've never seen a summary of where we are. I don't know if anyone else wants to see an up-to-date ratio of, what parks we have versus the residents, and then what we have forecasted to build out, what we have left to go.
Okay.
It might be the only one. If I'm the only one, that's fine. You can just send it to me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Councilmember Meyer?
Actually, if you could send it to everyone, I think that would be helpful information. I just didn't want to speak out of turn. So I fully support the fire district taking this site. My question, though, is their original plans were to work with a 1-acre site, and now we're giving them nearly 5-acre site, and that's a huge difference. And I know we're adding the administration, but I'm curious, had they given us any plans that show how they're going to utilize every bit of this almost 5 acres?
Yeah, that's another great question. I haven't seen any conceptual plans personally. And I don't know if our city manager is able to answer any part of that particular question. I know it's much larger than the original one, but
I double checked with Chief Helmick today, and he clarified that they had never really bought into the 1 acre site ever. So this has been a need of theirs to get something greater than an acre, with not only the fire station but the administration building and other ancillary uses. They need the full acreage that's being proposed here.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Sorry, one last question. So I see where the yellow ends and then the black top starts for the school. What's going to be in between there?
Yeah, I don't know that that's all school property. So the city parcel, right, that would go to the district is the one outlined in yellow. And I don't know if the blue lines completely match up with parcel lines. But essentially, I don't know if you can see my cursor there, but everything west or to the left of the yellow line is all school property.
Okay.
I'm just assuming that's part of their play area.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. If there are no more clarifying questions for staff, at this time, the public hearing is now open. Margaret? If there are no more clarifying questions of staff, at this time, public hearing is now open. Margaret?
Sorry, just a moment. I received 2 written public comments on this item. A summary of them are shown on the screen. Full copies of the comments will be made available on the council agenda webpage. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I have 2 speakers with their hand raised. I'll start with Carolina Velasica, followed by Rod. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. This one is right in my neighborhood. I live 2 seconds from there, and that's my kid's school. So that area behind the proposed fire station and offices, that's the field where the kids do PE, just so you guys know. There's a fence there that delineates the school field. I'm like so excited to have a fire station right there. I am assuming that living a stone's throw from the fire station means that my house insurance goes down. I have no idea if that's the case or not, but my concern is noise, because when the trucks turn on their sirens just on a regular basis, I can hear them across town. I'm not sure what it's going to be like living within a stone's throw of that building. Will that be a consideration? I'm not really sure. I don't know if there's anybody from the fire department on for this that could talk about what the noise would be. And if that is that one of the considerations? Are there procedures where they don't, like, it's 3 a.m, that's my big concern. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rod. Go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Yeah, I have a couple quick questions. I am very thrilled that the fire department's putting anything anywhere in this town. So have no objection to that, and encourage the Planning Commission to go ahead and approve this thing as well. I do have a couple questions. One is that if we make it public facility, is there any way that we can lock it down and make sure that it's never anything but for the fire department's use? So, for instance, 10 years, 20 years down the road, fire department doesn't want it anymore, kind of the way they don't want the one downtown. Can that thing revert to a park, or does it always have to stay public facility? The other question I have about it is, if ECCFPD goes away and becomes part of, I guess it's CCFPD, which we're talking about the consolidation going through, how does that affect this deal, right? If they consolidate, is it necessarily true that the new department would for sure want this? And if they don't, can we revert the zoning to park? Because while I'm very happy to see, well, not thrilled, but I'm pleased enough to see the fire station go in there. I certainly don't want to see something else go in there if the fire station can't be there. So those are my two questions. Can we guarantee that it's either a fire station or a park? And do we know what effect the consolidation of the fire department might have on this deal overall? Thank you.
Thank you. There's no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Okay, thank you. If there are no more public speakers, then I need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
First.
Second.
Second.
I'm sorry, question. If we were to be able to offer answers to Rod, would that be after we close public or?
Yes, ma'am.
Before we close? It's after? Okay. Thank you.
So we do have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez absent.
Okay. Before we do get into council discussion, if we could get staff to answer as well as possible both of the questions from both speakers, it would be greatly appreciated.
Certainly, great question. So while the agreement for the fire station transfer is not on the agenda, that was taken care of a few months ago by the council, that agreement did outline a provision that if a reversion clause, that if they did not develop a fire station or at some point after they had constructed it, they no longer had a use for it, the city had the first right to either purchase it back for the price it sold it at and then reconsider any potential uses of an existing station, or if it's vacant land, I suppose that could come back to the council at that point and revert it back to a park or some other use at that point. To the other question about Measure X or consolidation, Chief Helmick has given me all the confidences that they've already programmed it into the plan for consolidation, that it would only expedite and assist in that consolidation effort. So I believe it's even going to be incorporated into the feasibility study that will be presented to their board middle of July. So they are absolutely anticipating it, and it is only beneficial in whether the consolidation occurs or not.
And with the consolidation to Con Fire, that agreement that we made a couple of months ago, that we approved a couple of months ago, continues with Con Fire. It doesn't end when ECCFPD ceases to exist.
Yeah, that's my understanding. So even if they get authority to move forward the consolidation mid-July, it's going to take half a year or maybe a full year to finish all that consolidation effort, including assessing all those property dispositions and title claims and all of the proper ownership that comes with that consolidated effort. So absolutely. And just as an additional bonus here, this action requested of you tonight is the last condition to effectuate transferring that property and then moving forward with finishing up design leading to the construction of the fire station. So that was outlined in the agreement as well.
Thank you. Also, the question regarding operational procedures, sirens, and things like that. I know that there are some operational procedures in some districts that they take that into consideration between certain hours as long as it's safe to operate that way. Do we have any clarification on that, or is there a way that we can get this information to the public speaker that asked the question?
I don't have that information. I would imagine it's much like the policy of the John Muir station site and how they address the loud noises as they're vacating the station. So I don't have that information, but we can certainly follow up with them or encourage them to contact the fire department on that.
Yes, I was going to just say that I believe it was Ms. Villaseca that asked the question. I'm certain that the fire department will have specific information, and they are always open to accommodating our residents as well. So, outstanding question. So thank you. Councilperson Mendoza.
I just lost my question after I was listening to that. I'll come back to me. You can talk to Karen.
I have one thing.
Councilmember Rare.
So this has been a long time coming. I'm working on the fire ad hoc subcommittee since 2017. It took a while for the fire district to determine for the entire district where to best place their firehouses, where they can reach the most amount of people within 5 minutes. And so this was a location that they needed in order to cover a larger area of Brentwood and a little bit of Oakley. And so that's one of the reasons why it was selected here. As a park commissioner and somebody who fights for parks all the time, for what they want to do there, they have an admin building that they're going to be adding there. There's going to be a training center in there. There's in addition to the firehouse. And so they needed that much larger lot. And I believe even over in Oakley, the size of that station sits on a much bigger footprint, just I think a little bit bigger footprint than 1 acre. And so with the way they're developing their buildings and their needs, they did need a larger spot. I hate to lose parkland. We do have the Sand Creek and Fairview parkland that is there that we'll be building on when we can find the funds for that. PA1, they looked at doing hopefully a very large park type thing there before you get to Sand Creek at Shady Willow that will run alongside the creek there. So there'll be a nice park in that area as well. And then how the rest of PA1 develops out, we do need to accommodate parkland within that for the amount of residents that will be coming in. So as I said, this has been a couple of years in doing this. There's going to be 2 more stations in town, and even the one that we have over there at Mary Casey Black isn't the location that they want there either. So even though we as a city had designated certain areas for the park or for the fire stations, it's not necessarily where the fire district wants to be. And we work together with them on this specific location. So I'm glad to finally see the final component coming to us this evening so that, we ourselves approved a contract last year to do the design build, which is being transferred or looking into be transferred over to the fire district along with this land and everything else. So hopefully within the next 2 years, we'll have a firehouse there. And if Measure X happens, we will be able to open that sooner rather than later. And I think our town needs that firehouse.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
I remember now. I had been asked about the order of build. Do we know if do they have firehouse and then training station and admin? What are they going to build out first? Do we know? No? Okay.
Can we vote for fire station?
If there are no more questions, do I have a motion?
That's what the resident was saying. Like, if fire is such a urgent need, then it should be the firehouse first before admin building or before training building. So, yeah.
I will make a motion to adopt this as detailed in the staff report.
I second it.
GPA 21-001 to change the land use designation of a vacant 4.375 acre parcel from park to public facility.
We have a first and a second. A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Okay.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez absent.
Okay. Moving on to item E2, the consideration of actions pertaining to the city's consolidated landscape and lighting assessment district, landscape and lighting assessment district number 19-3, and the citywide park maintenance district number 98-1 for fiscal year 2021-22. And Aaron Wanden will provide the staff report. Aaron.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. In accordance with the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972 and Proposition 218, this item is the third and final step in the annual approval process to authorize the levying of assessments based on the benefit conferred to property within the city's consolidated landscape and lighting assessment districts, landscape and lighting assessment district number 19-3, as well as the citywide maintenance district for fiscal year 2021-22. The consolidated landscape and lighting district consists of 62 individual districts, and it is estimated they will provide approximately $8.8 million in revenue for fiscal year 21-22. The proposed rates for each of the individual districts are not proposed to be levied above the maximum assessment rates established when those districts were formed. The Landscape and Lighting Assessment District number 19-3 is currently comprised of 8 non-residential developments and has multiple zones of benefit. The zones of benefit were created to address how each development benefits from the differing improvements and associated maintenance. This district will provide an estimated $6,683 in revenue for fiscal year 21-22. The proposed rates for each zone of benefit are not proposed to be levied above the maximum assessment rates established when the district was formed. For the citywide park maintenance district number 98-1, the district is proposed to be levied at the approved maximum rate. The estimated total revenue generated by this district is $3.1 million for fiscal year 21-22. Myself and the city's consultant with Franciscan Associates are available for any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Do we have any clarifying questions of staff at this time? Councilmember Rary.
I do. In 2020, we didn't have our landscapers landscaping for about 2 months. And were we still paying them during that time, even though they weren't landscaping?
No, excellent question. They shifted gears to essential duties, so there was still a lot of essential landscaping that needed to be taken care of. So as it turned out, it was only a couple months, but they just shifted gears to more essential landscape duties.
Within those specific districts?
Yeah, citywide. So whether it was a right-of-way area, whether it was a net landscape and lighting assessment district or a citywide park assessment district, it was all the same level of service.
All right, and back in the 90s, when I first moved here, and the LLDs, as they were called back then, the LLDs and even the park maintenance, we were told that, and especially in the citywide park, as if the funds were not all expended during that year that were collected, that the residents would actually get a rebate back or be deducted from the next year's, maybe not a rebate, but be deducted from the next year's for the amount that they had paid. Right. Is that still the case?
I don't know that we've ever encountered that, but our consultants could possibly answer that, if not finance, because finance might even be able to answer that better than I could at this point. But maybe we'll ask Ed Espinoza with Francisco & Associates.
Hi, Aaron, this is Brian Brown.
Or Brian Brown. Thank you.
Yeah, Ed's on here as well. That's a great question, Council Member. Yes, if money is collected annually from assessments, and for whatever reason that money is not used for maintenance, one of a few things goes to happen. Either it is maintained for operating reserves, and if our operating reserves are fully funded, then we look to either make sure that our capital reserves are fully funded, and so maybe there'd be a contribution there. But if there is excess money, meaning we have operating reserves funded, we have capital replacement reserves where we would like them, then yes, that would go as a credit to the future year's levy, not necessarily as a rebate per se.
All right, and another question, why is it that, I mean, I know that some of them are down to $34 that are, $34 that are left in the reserves, and others have, or maybe 3,400, and the others are up at 133,000, and Deer Ridge in particular. And I've been told that the Deer Ridge area, is that amount of money is there in order to finish the, I guess, the medium and landscaping when they finish Foothill down to the John Muir Parkway. So why isn't it that those new businesses that, because that's commercial land, I believe, that's at the other end, so why aren't they paying the LLAD for that land? Why is it the residents are paying for the extension of that?
So I would need to look at a map specifically to look at the specific commercial areas that you're referencing or businesses. With that said, as new development occurs or new businesses, new commercial development occurs within the city, they are annexed into either an existing LAD or a new LAD is formed. Specifically 19-3 was established for non-residential developments that may maintain their own private landscaping in front, but that do contribute towards still citywide improvements. So again, we can look into that a little further without the specifics of that extension in front of me and the specific businesses. It's a tough one to answer, but I can look into that with city staff and get back to you.
Okay, yeah, because and it came up because when they were first talking about allowing the Deer Ridge to use that money to help towards creating their improvements, connecting to city water and so forth. They said, well, you'd be able to use that. And they go, wait, you can't use all of it because it needs to be paid back because it will add, it's to be reserved for that extension. So that was, and I apologize for not getting that out to you ahead of time so that you could be prepared. But it just kind of hit me this evening while I was thinking about it.
If I can add to that, from the map I'm looking at, I think the only property, the only commercial is the Landgraf piece that's to the east of that 99-5. That property was never placed into 99-5. Just the extension of the road was in 99-5. But I'll certainly regroup with Brian and Ed and find out more about that without knowing the history from the 90s when this was formed. Good question, though.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, if there are no more questions of staff, at this time, the public hearing is now open. I'll turn to you, Margaret.
Sorry. I received 0 written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon a name if provided. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted when the timer has expired. I currently have 1 person with their hand raised. Carolina Villaseca, go ahead.
I am so sorry. I forgot to lower my hand from last time. So bad.
Thank you. There's no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Okay, at this time then, I need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez absent.
Okay, do we have any further questions or comments regarding this? And if not, do we have a motion?
I move that we adopt this as detailed in the staff report, a resolution approving the consolidated landscape and lighting assessment district, landscape and lighting assessment district number 19-3 and citywide park maintenance district number 98-1, engineers reports for fiscal year 2021-22 and related actions.
Have a first?
I second that.
And a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez? Nope, he's not here. He's absent. Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez absent.
Okay, then at this time, we will move into requests for future agenda items. Is there anyone that has a request for future agenda item tonight?
Yes, I have a request for a future agenda item one, well, actually 2. One for policy on the council not talking to the or trying to sway opinion of the districting commission, except for personal conversation or concerns about anything other than redistricting. So that's one that I'd like to see on there. And the other is regarding the homelessness in the city. I know that we've done the unsheltered, and I recently thought, well, you know, it says that we needed to allow them to sleep at night. So can't we move them along during the day and make them close down their tents? And as it turned out, another resident today also said the same thing. And she had said that Santa Cruz has adopted an ordinance that allows for, that says that they have to tear down their tents at 8 a.m. till 8 p.m., that they can sleep in the parks in the evening, but that they cannot have their stuff out there between those hours. And that in Santa Cruz, and Eureka is also adopting an ordinance to that effect. And in addition, the Santa Cruz provides them with a safe place for them to store their tents and stuff during the day so that they're not having to truck them all around, and then they can pick it up in the evening and set up camp, so that we aren't having the homeless all over camping during the day and defecating all over the place, as residents have said. So that's a future agenda item I'd like to look into.
Okay, staff, do you have clarity on those two items?
Not really. So is it an update on what we're doing? Is it us to look at other ordinances and come back with some additional beefing up of our ordinances? What exactly?
To look at those ordinances, I did speak with the police chief this morning regarding it, and I told him that I would be bringing it up this evening to determine, you know, is this something that we can create an ordinance for in our city, help curb that daytime camping, all-time camping where, you know, the homeless comes into town. Next thing you know, you've got another tent and another tent and another tent because they see them during the daytime, maybe not necessarily at nighttime, but during the day, oh, I can come pitch my tent right next to Joe. Joe's got a tent here, and so this would be a way for us to dissuade them from having to, because it's no fun having to break camp every night. I don't even like to break camp after going out camping for a weekend, let alone having to do it on a day in and day out basis, and then have to set up again. So if we can, if it's got to come back to council to see if we want to spend staff time and money on it anyway. So yes.
Okay. Any further future agenda item requests? If not, I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a first.
Second.
And a second. Roll call vote.
Everybody looks so tired.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez absent.
Okay, with this, I would like to adjourn in honor of Miss Anita Mendez, who was a lifelong, born here, lived her whole life here, and passed away today. We want to thank her family for all that they've contributed to our community. If we could adjourn in honor of the Mendez family tonight, we are adjourned. Thank you so much. Be safe, everyone.
Thank you. Good night.
Goodbye.